And of course, mic check, 1, 2. 2 legit city on the mic. We are back. Back in the oxygen not included, boys. The Lab Relicaaargh map. We got some things to fix today. Y'all know what it is. We are going to be continuing the run. We got some geysers to tame. A lot of them are actually already ready. We just got to plug it in. All right. Oh man, look at that CO2. We got to do something about this. All right, the water went down, so I'm happy with that. Okay, this is empty now. We could finally add natty gas. It is finally ready. We just need to plug this in now. Now we gotta box the slush geyser. And then this broke again. I'm so mad. We're just gonna change the design, dude. We are just gonna change the design. I don't know why it keeps breaking like this. Alright, so we're gonna unplug that. There's a little bit of hot water. We gotta release this again. Classic. It's a vacuum, I guess. It's probably gonna get bopped though once the pea water spills. We're gonna open these 2 tiles so the spill happens, and then we'll probably pump it up again. A lot of water right here though. A little bit impressed. I guess we do want to uproot the sporkid. It's always good to do. Probably do that over here as well. Uproot the sporkid. There's one right there we gotta uproot as well. We might be able to do it. There is some zombie spores around it though. Feels bad. Oh, it's coming in from the bottom potentially. No, it's spreading to the bottom. Alright, hopefully that just goes away. Hunter, welcome in. How are you, man? I see you over there. Hello, hello. We gotta fix this. We're gonna do a proper cooling box instead of what we already have. We have a lot of iron though, so it's not too big of a deal. Okay, so let's look at the other stuff. So we found out that the rock crusher doesn't work. We're gonna have to get the stone hatches in. I'll probably want to get that started today. The CO2 right here is doing really well. We're feeding the bees, and this is working well. The bees are just huffing in the CO2. The CO2 is chilling immediately. We also have a lot of CO2 coming into these buildings. Doing good. Another problem of the week to fix. Yo, keep trying to play more of Star Rupture and actually work. Yo, man. It'd be like that sometimes. The early access struggles. This seems to be okay as well. We're doing all right. So you're going to be on the Star Rupture still? I thought you're going to be looking for a new game. I mean actual work. Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you're at work from home today. That's right. You're at work from home today. I forgot about that. That's what you mean. Still got to see how some of the late game buildings were. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Don't think they are that useful. Yeah. They'll probably have some update balancing patches for that. A lot of times they do. Alright, we're going to open this to unflood the buildings. We're going to rebuild the liquid reses, so that we are going to be able to pump up the liquid, put it in a bottle. We're going to have to add it into a new area to chill. The big thing here might be just dealing with the steam today. So this is cooled down a little bit, 120, 178 right here. All right, we're going to remove these two tiles. Hopefully this helps condense a little bit of the steam. We are probably going to deal with this today. Let me actually just open up this insulated tile because we have this weird 9 kgs of oxygen inside. Hopefully just flows out to here and gets stuck. And then we are going to be almost done with this taming. CO2 so far seems pretty good. I've started playing Summit, man. There's so much to learn, so much I've spent time watching people play. Gravy, man, that's Oni, dude. Time sink. It really is. This game's a huge time sink, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. This game, man, put a lot of time into it. Alright, this is not running that often. I'm thinking about putting regular tiles here, and you could use this to maintain the temperature. At the same time, I'm also thinking of just putting regular tiles here for a kiln. That might make sense. And we just have the heat in this little pocket. Because we're going to generate heat from making refined carbon, probably. I'll probably also want to make ceramic when I can. Yeah, man, Gravy, man. A lot to learn. A lot of little things that's like, it's good to know. But yeah, this game is, in and of itself, huge time sink, man. Huge time sink. Gonna be doing some mining over here. A little bit of lag. Okay. Our plastic is actually pretty good now. We start replacing a lot of the ladders with plastic. Watching the VODs, taking notes. Hey, man, that's awesome. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for watching streams. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Ooh, we got the extra eggs that are not plug slug eggs. It's finally ready. The slug ranch. Good stuff, good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to have all the regular slugs here. They're going to eat as much as they can, and they're going to be making eggs. All the extra eggs are going to be going into here, where the extra slugs are going to be eating. I might make another room here, another room here. And then all the non-plug slug eggs, so sponge, smog slug, they're going into here. And they get to fight the pokey shell. We got the fight club going on. So what's going to happen is that when the slugs are able to start walking, if they go left, man, we're going to put a pinch row egg in here. And they're just going to get angry and start fighting. That's actually going to be the play, man. This is dormant for 30 cycles, a lot of water. CO2 here, still a little bit of gas here. We're going to probably want to try to pump natty gas and all that. That's left and right. All right, this is otherwise doing pretty good. Pinch of pepper nuts are going all right. We have water stored for them. This is still going to be active. It will be dormant in a while, though. I'm a little bit worried about that. Just because it's like supposed to be hot water. And we don't know if we have enough to survive the dormancy. Either way, we just gonna have to wait that out, I think. So this is done, this is done. We got some geysers down there. We just have to take the CO2 from this and pump it in. The carbon skimmer is gonna stop running. Just because we are not gonna have hot water to add anymore. Is there any other hot water sources we could tack on? Otherwise, it's really just this and the steam it generates. All right, we got that now. We're going to want to run a new line here. Seems a little bit weird. We're going to run 2 layers of igneous, and then we're going to run the kiln on top. Power here should be fine. They're not going to run in unless we're going to grab some stuff on the inside. It is a little warm. I'm thinking about putting a wheeze ward here, but they're having to walk in every time. I don't really like that. CO2 pumpage, magma powerage, resin for fossil, making steel forever. Okay, Pokeshell molt. We'll do that. Eggshells to lime, 99. Fossil, we're getting that still. There's an egg here we gotta relocate. Okay. The puffs are gone. That means the puff ranch works. Let's go. What was I gonna add here? Oh, they were gonna eat all the extra chlorine that we don't need. Yeah. That was the entire point of these guys. They're gonna eat the bad gas that we don't need. So there's nothing inside yet. We're dumping eggs in from the puffs. And then we just gotta add in chlorine at some point. This game is making food. Being able to warm up food in a microwave doesn't count as cooking. Yo, man. Chef Mike. Shout out to Chef Mike. And it takes time to be able to make a real one. Yo, man. We gotta put some respect on his name, Chef Mike. He deserves it, man. Shout out to Chef Mike. All right, so we have 6 bees here. That's 600 grams per second. That's pretty good. This is, dude, this is adding in pretty steadily. I'm kind of impressed. Like, it is not at 20 that often. No stoppage, dude. This is such a great CO2 dump. Like, my god, dude. This is such a great CO2 dump. It is running non-stop. That is so good. And I'm so happy I don't need the resource. There is a lot of polluted water here, though. No, we're not. The reason is because I would rather let the hives that are already there dig it out. But I will probably deliver some uranium for them when we dig out this biome, because we got to tame this geyser, right? So once we do that, we're going to have to do that. Probably just take the uranium and feed it to these guys. That's going to be later, though. Just because we're not going to be dealing with this biome yet. And then we could just let these go. Oh, they made a wall of nuclear waste. Wow. So I guess the bees died in a tower. And it solidified on top of itself. Because it's the heat source right here. Oh, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright. Got the oxygen out. Let's try to seal this up. This is so much chlorine. We're going to start pumping it. Yeah, this is a lot of chlorine. 34, 35 kgs. Very impressive. We'll pump this out, and then we're going to do a second pump just to clean up the gas in that area. This is still a lot of water. We gotta mop this. Just the beginning. Alright. Yeah, this is starting to boil some of the waters. We're letting this kind of just start to interact. Triple flood. You hate to see it, boys. Triple flood. Alright, so we'll probably want to fix this first then. How do we want to do this? Just let it rip, boys. We're just gonna let it rip. So much iron right here. Alright, we're gonna unplug this. We're just not gonna allow any iron out for now. And then we're gonna let this build rip. We need the space. We do. It's time, it's time. Layer of CO2 inside, so random. Alright. A lot of steam right there. Not that it matters too much though. It's gonna condense once it gets out because this is at 65. Little shovel pop. Yeah, probably not. Alright, so we just gotta give this some time, I guess. We have a lot of resource. We unplug the iron, so it's not gonna come out. If it jams, it jams. The only thing is just keeping the aqua tuner running so that it could cool the area, I guess. This is now active cooling. It is spilling out water, though, which is not good. At some point, we're just gonna run out of liquid. That's gonna be trace amounts. Good news is that everything's getting chilled. We probably want to use this space that's underneath. It would make so much sense. The only problem is that I kind of want to open up a lot of the spots. Oh man, this is chilled pretty fast. Hopefully the steam went make back into the steam turbines. Hey man, that'd be the perfect situation if that happens. Oh, we got a jam, boys. Jam. It's gonna be fun. Alright, let's let that kind of do its thing for a while. Let's move that out. This is ready to be sealed. And then run the line through. This entrance, that entrance is kind of weird, so we're gonna do a setup here. How would I want to do this? Maybe for the time being, we do something like this. Like, it wouldn't be here permanently, but I think for now it makes a lot of sense. Let's push out the goods. Push out, push up. Doesn't really matter how we do it. We're gonna move out the stuff. This is a weird temperature area. Not too bad though. So realistically, the biggest thing about this is getting the hatch ranches to feed this guy. That's the one thing that's kind of jank right now. Alright, we're going to remove the liquid lock because we're not going to need it. sweep the debris. They can't go inside to the build. Everything's sealed properly. Star Rupture trying to experiment with more things. Yo, man. You gotta find the bugs. Gotta find the bugs. And then exploit them. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. Right, so this is about good. Get out the ladder. Figured out how to make more things vertically, but it's limited to how high I could build. I wonder if they want you to build horizontally. I feel like having the option to do either, though, is probably the best situation. It would be kind of weird if they didn't have that. Alright, we should be able to build everything here. Decon this, seal it up, and then we got to connect the pipeline. Alright, so it's not gonna freeze. I don't think temperature is gonna be big deal. Maybe we clean this part up right now. Wouldn't be bad. Alright, let's mop this up. Critter Flux is chilling, I guess. There aren't too much wide open flat spaces. Oh, it's not like a limit of the game. I thought it was like a game limit with the verticality or something. It's the fact that you don't have the terrain for it, huh? They got to introduce foundation and floating factories. $106, it's getting there. Alright, we're gonna remove the top side because ideally we do that here as well. You wouldn't build. Oh, there is a height limit. 4 columns up. Oh, stability. It did. I think I know why though. But yeah, this one keeps breaking, so we're replacing the design. The funny thing is the other designs have been immaculate. But then there's one thing that's different about this design. It's self-powered. And we have it so that when there's no power, the iron comes out and flows into the box. And I think that was the problem. It would float in and we would get water to boil and then it would change the stack. That's what I was thinking. The polluted water wouldn't off-gas though. There's nothing to do with temperature for off-gassing of polluted water. I mean, look at this. This has always been at 19. I think it's because of how this is not connected to my battery grid. I'm thinking what happened is that when it erupts, it doesn't chill down low enough and it just leaves because there's no power on the sensor. Because the aqua tuner is likely running at that point. So this is using more power than this gets in the beginning during the eruption period from when it's not running. And then it runs into the box, right? And that hot iron, I think it's what's boiling it. Because if it doesn't have power, it can't use the temperature check. And it's likely the AQ is just running too much. Either way, though, we're both just speculating. There's a lot of reasonings why it could happen. A lot of this is just speculation. But yeah, we're going to be changing up the design so that that shouldn't matter anymore. And we're going to be having to condense the steam so that we could use this space. I see you over there, though, El Koto. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Alright, alright. This steam's going to take a while to cool still, but it's getting there. Opening the top, I feel like it might have helped. Because we have a lot of cool iron right there, right? Tons and tons and tons. So why the other design, there are 2 boxes on top. One to use water output, second H2 filled room. Yeah. I need to have it on power though. The self-powering on that is kind of jank. A lot of wishful thinking. Alright, so this will run. The AQ will keep it cool, and it's cooling the environment, so it's a win-win. We'll let that run for a while. We gotta move out the ladder, and then we're gonna build this, and then we could finally just pump out the chlorine. Oh, we need the automation on this. Atmos sensor. I think I reached that. Alright, so we're gonna do no access here. Ooh, apologize. Just a little bit of a sneeze. A little bit. That's a big sneeze. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Welcome in, Red Wreath. How are you? Okay, we're gonna get that. We're gonna put a liquid lock here in a door access so the suits don't mix. Because this is gonna go down this way, and then this is gonna go down that way. And then that way we'll be able to dig through and get a pipeline in. Okay, a lot of just pea water, printables, omelette, and then we're gonna be digging out this space still. We should be able to dig all that out. Hopefully we don't get stuck though. We could dig out those tiles. Okay, so this area we kind of want to make better. I will likely want to use this as a ladder shaft down to get here immediately. That would make a lot of sense. The only thing is that the temperature is kind of jank. I might want to put a liquid lock here. Alright, so 4 tiles for this. Is there a already proper alignment that I can line up to? Wow, right there. And we get a 2 wide tunnel underneath. Alright, we're just going to do a normal setup here then. Took a peek in the Oni colony, water geyser, hot one, then dormant, so I have 60 cycles to tame it. So did a bit here and there and turned off again to preserve my sleep schedule. If I went all in, I know it'd stay late. That's truth, man. It's like Civ. You always go one more turn. It's very similar. That's how they get you though, man. Just one more time, dude. Once more. This is going to be in case water falls down. No, it's probably bad. Let's just put a ladder all the way to the bottom. Yep, that's the classic Civ experience though. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You're going through so many different ages that it's like, well, yeah, man, you just went from the Stone Age all the way to post-Renaissance. Like, come on, man. You think this is gonna happen in, you know, a couple minutes? It's like, yeah, you're probably right. This is something that takes time. Something that takes time, man. Oh, dude. You know, I have that problem, man, with Civ, where once you play it, if I put it down and I save and don't play it again, I could never replay the same save. And it's because I forget exactly what I had like planned. So it always ends up being this thing where it's like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that, but yeah, we didn't. And I might as well just start a new playthrough. Every time, dude. Every time. That's always how it ends up, man. I think about it to myself, oh yeah, we're just gonna do this. And then, oh yeah, we're not gonna do that. And then it's like, what was I gonna do? And then just like that, man, you forget. Alright, we're gonna have to pop open the sport kit real fast. There's gonna be some germs here, but we can't really do anything about that. We just gotta pop the plant. I feel like Civ had a problem with how victories work. How NPCs cheat and you could declare war and have 2 ages above, otherwise they cheat in few rounds into next age and you're not gonna make it. That's the thing about the AI in Civ. I don't like how they handle difficulty. The AI plays the same regardless of the difficulty. It's literally just the starting age that's different. I did not like that about the game. How that was kind of how they decided to make it work. I always thought that was weird. But I'm just like, you know what, man? You know, they got a game here. Dude, it's always science. It's always been science for me. Culture has been fun to do as an alternative, though, I will say. But for me, it's always been about science victories. You can dig out, sport it, and corner build. Yeah, you can. We might do that. We might do that. We might do that. You know what? We will do that. Just because we can. Let's get that dug out. All right. Dupe did not get trapped inside. That's a win in my book. This is locked. Let's open this up. And we're going to spill the water into here. Okay, so this is insulated for now. It's not always going to be insulated. I might insulate it just because we have a lot of resource. I'm not even kidding. Oh my god, okay. Like when you build the wonder on a perfect spot and it generates more over time, so satisfying. For that reasoning, I hated the new Civ and the increased water level. I was like, dude, what kind of playthrough is this? I've always thought that was like grand travesty. Yeah. Is it 7? Dude, there's one that's like that I was just like, dude, this sucks. I was like, this is not the business, man. We could actually run that. Cool. Because it's like, random flooding next to the river, and then the entire ocean sea level rises. Sometimes you'll have volcanoes too. Awesome Oni run so far. Appreciate Okoto. I'm not gonna lie, it's not very often I get my runs to cycle 1,000. That does not happen a lot, just because I usually beat the game by then. But yeah, man. This is one of our deep runs that we normally don't do. Alright, we're gonna have to open this tile set next. I will probably want to do it at the bottom. I did not like how they took from us micromanagement of cities. In 5 or 6, you can still decide where and what to use, but Civ 7 works differently. How does Civ 7 do the micromanagement? Are you talking about assigning citizens to the respective jobs that they would want to do? Now we're gonna do the weird double setup. All the pipes. And then we want to fix how this works so that we could go down this way safely. I'm not sure how the management of that was different. This is also going to be how we go all the way down. This also means these doors are going to be changed. And maybe getting a suit line here makes some sense. There's no pathing to this. And then we'll be able to have a better ladder set up here. New printables. Research booster, slickster. We'll take the research booster. Someone will take that. We'll probably want to expand our hatch ranches today. That way we can start getting some stone babies to eat the materials on the inside. The double bridge shenanigan should be done. Still moving out a lot of CO2. Alright, so since we have a lot of CO2 coming into here, and we have a lot at the bottom we could dump, we're going to change one of these and have it released to the bottom. I forgot the details. Gotcha. I'm not gonna lie, I had a similar thing too. I didn't like how they changed some of the things. I didn't like how they did everything was district based. That was the big thing for me that I did not enjoy. It was like you got to do the science district and you have to like pre-plan in the Stone Ages where you want it. And if you don't plan it well, it's in a bad spot and it kind of sucks. It's like, oh, this is going to be your university is going to be built here because this is the district for that. I didn't like that, man. The district system they added in was jank. All right, we might need to put in a Pokeshell egg with this guy so he gets angry. Hopefully my dupes don't idle in here, man, and get beat up. All right, I do want to, I mean, we are sweeping out the batteries, so it shouldn't be a problem. All right, let's get some plastic here. At least up to here. And then we'll put fire pole on this side. Alright, we're going to get rid of a lot of this stuff that we're not going to need anymore. Alright, we're going to remove the gas valve. And then all the natty gas is just going to leave. Oh yeah, we could actually connect the natty gas up here. We should probably work on this, because it's inner base. Okay, so we're effectively going to be taking natty gas from here. This is going to erupt soon. We should be able to just pull the power line from here. Yeah. And just, this is no consumption. And then we just start pumping above 2,000. And that's because we pull more natty gas than it could create. So we probably keep it kind of high at 2K. That's almost at half. That way we'd always be able to just have a little bit of natty gas that will keep it cool naturally. This is gonna pull out game strong. This is gonna be natty gas for the gas range. Nice, we finally can make pepper bread. Let's go, boys. It's pepper bread time. Alright, we probably don't need this canister filler as well. Somebody made an interesting claim back there that it was reviewing that Civ 7 for younger audience, simplified gameplay and more approachable, and when he was going point by point, it was making sense. Ah. That could be what it is. It feels weird though, because Civ has always been like a, for lack of better word, an adult game. Like, not that it's an adult game, but that's kind of what it is. Like, how am I saying this so that it makes sense? But it's like, they gotta make money. The more, yeah, the mature audience that enjoys the little strategic encounters that you have. The funny thing is though, you could also argue there's still people that play the OG Civ, and as a result, they already have a version of the game for the older audience. So they're just trying to expand. It's like when Coca-Cola starts selling, you know, water, and they call it Dasani, and no one drinks it because Dasani sucks. Yo man, this is one thing I don't like. Yo man, it's Dasani. Dasani is not the business. Something about Dasani tastes weird, man. I don't like it. I am not a fan of the Dasani. Dude, have you ever had Dasani? It tastes weird. There's like a taste to it that makes me like gag. I'm just kind of like, dude, what is this, man? I saw this with some titles already. Their community is close and can't really grow. And when they tried to change it, the community was leaving and new players were not here. Yeah, that's exactly the niche environment in a nutshell. It's the fact that, like, it's a niche environment and you're assuming that because of how it is, you're not attracting new players, when the truth of the matter is that you've already established your player base and you can't adjust that. It's like how Tesla is never going to be able to shake off Elon Musk's name. from the company, right? And as a result, they're always going to be related. You could also see like Jeff Bezos with Amazon. Like they're kind of synonymous. Like there's no fixing that. Whatever they do is going to impact this. And it's one of those things where I feel like that's already been established and set. It's going to be so hard to change the mind of the people. Like they're associated with the company. Like Jeff Bezos doesn't even work there. People still use his name when they refer to Amazon, right? That's kind of how it is for like a niche game like Civ. It's, you know, already kind of established. All right, so it looks like I have too many jobs for my dupes. I gotta let them chill. All right, man. The Fight Club is in. He's got the high ground. Gonna go in with the 5-star frog splash. What's going on some naps? All the runs, Geysers, looking good. It is. We got our Plug Slug Island where we breed and feed them copper. And then we are having 2 loaders here. Because the logic is simple. We are going to be separating the eggs. Regular plug slugs. And then non-regular plug slugs. And the reason why we're filtering them is because the regular ones eat more metal at 60. The other ones only eat half at 30. So as a result, you know, we're just trying to make it a little bit better. We're going to run a critter sensor. We should probably do it like that so that this poor guy could start eating instead of being trapped. Feels bad. And we're also not going to grab power for them. It's going to be fine. So the reason why we have this island is kind of like my Dreckle Ranch. Minimum movement. They won't be able to go up top. They won't be able to scale the room. And then I just get range to pick up the eggs. 1 up, 1 low. And it should work pretty well. EVE Online has that problem. Will always be like that. Quit after 4 years. Yep. Everything's kind of established. Pecking order when it comes to EVE. Things you're able to do, not able to do. They don't heat up as much as the Dreckle Ranch? No. Their normal body temperature is more on the warm side. Dreckos spawn at 65. These guys are around like 30-ish, 35-ish. These guys are pretty chill, man. The only thing that sucks is that if you pet them, you're going to get zapped. So that's sad times. I'm a pet plug slug. Oh, damn. I get hit by a thunder shock like it's... Oh, dude. Meat. Did one of the slugs hatch? They did. And he got murdered. Oh, no, bro. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. That little blob of hydrogen is kind of annoying, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm potentially thinking about feeding them pea dirt, but I think the pea dirt for the fishes here is good. I don't know how many pockets we have, man. But they're supposed to be here eating. So what you're gonna do with meat? The meat gets fed to these guys. There is a feeder there that gets all the meat, and then we have extra feeders behind the army of Rexes right there. We don't actually store or cook the meat. That's the crazy thing. Oh, you just walk in. You just walk in. He knows the referee. We got the striped shirts. You know what I'm talking about? The refs got the outfits on. He knows not to attack the ref. If he is, that's a technical, man. He's gonna have to shoot free throws. Alright. There's a little bit up there. Poor reps. Hey, man. They gotta do what they gotta do. Alright, this gas line is gonna be removed because we're not gonna actually want that. This got open. Let's go. So now all the steam is gonna slip in to interact with this body of water. So it's gonna be pretty good. This right side's still pretty hot. That's the only thing that kind of sucks about that. And then we gotta make a cooling box now. A lot of water still. We're fine though. There's a lot of water to clean up. This is still being made. How is the entrance on the left side? Okay, normal 4-tile spacing. Which means here is the last one. And then we just have this be a little nook, which is fine. And then we will have the ladder stop right on top of this. And then we have to readjust. So it's really just getting rid of the water right here. If we could do that, I think we're going to be able to just dig down this abyssalite. Whoa! That's way too much brine. That's my bad. Clean this up, boys. We should be able to dig all this. Water, chlorine. We're going to dig all this out. And then we're going to have to start pumping this area. The one thing is this gas pressure that we might want to do something about. So I might want to do something like putting a manual airlock here, locking this door, and then start pumping the chlorine and filtering it out. Okay. Zombie spores deleted. Waiting for the steam to condense. A lot of hot debris right there. Since this is opened up now, we should probably just dig and decon. Maybe even let the water spill down on this. We could dig that now. Dig this, decon that. Yeah, start creating just open space for the stuff to just interact. Let the water spill a little bit better. We could also start bringing in brine ice. I didn't think about that. But yeah, once the water falls on the items here, it's going to boil. A lot of these items are hot. You know what we'll do then? Brine ice setup. So much ice. So much brine. We got to make the temp shift plates. I mean, we have a lot, though, from the raptors. So it should be fine. There's a lot of water here, too. We try to spill to the right. Dude, these big areas with zombie spores is so tough. Let the water spill. Let the water boil. This is still cold. AQ's handling it. Alright, we'll let him work on that. This guy's still mad. Okay, so this is running now. A lot of the natty gas, if not all of it's going in storage, and we can start making the foods here. So we will make one pepper bread so that we could feed it to George. It might be time to save George, boys. He gets to join the colony. we will make 1 pepper bread. Have I ever seen that? I have not. Alright, we're gonna have to disallow it. I don't think people do it often, but when I start calling it, I look for 4 wild flowers close to each other in the same line to preserve it so I can get natural park buff, pretty much, start the game. And then you make a ladder shaft next to the ladder through the levels, no matter which level you are. Dupes go through and get the +6. Dude, just put a shower inside. You can do the same thing, just put a shower inside and then give them bath time on the schedule, and they're forced to go in. I mean, that's an option. You don't have to do that, but that is one of the ways. Nice, all the bad gas got removed. We keep pumping too. Okay, so this, oh, we're still waiting on the power line. I was gonna say, man, we're gonna add in our insulated building. Yeah, it's fine. I do want to just move a bunch of this water out. Yeah, there's no way around it. We're just gonna have to do a res setup. Oh, there's no power here though. We're gonna have to run it off the wheel. I guess we have to run it off this way. A lot of power consumers. We could run it on that line. We have an empty line still. We could also argue we have this line here. We just add it in. It's not a big deal. Okay, so let's go these two. We're just gonna start cleaning up a little bit. Y'all know how it is. So we're gonna go through there. We're gonna add in a transformer. Let's put a small one. Heavy watt. We're gonna put the conductive wire on it. I mean, we're not gonna consume anything. And then once we're able to dig through here, we'll be able to build the rest of the wire. All right, we gotta let the dupes catch up. A lot of work. All right, so this is locked now, and we could open this. Technically, it's a lot faster going through here instead of going all the way around that way. This is almost done. And we will want to go all the way down, so we're going to copy, well, biotics as well. All these doors. For now, we'll line this up with airflow. We don't want this actually open. And then once we get this done, we're going to dig through. It's going to be kind of nice. This is going to be a lot faster to go down here. Okay, we could go down the ladders now, so we're not really worried about getting stuck. And then we start sweeping it. Oh, this is done. Not bad, not bad. We're going to get this chlorine hooked up soon. Steam and ice. This is a song of ice and fire, dude. It really is. It's so hot. 160°C. And then we got this right side that's still mad hot. God damn. You know what we could try to do? That makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna do liquids. We're gonna move these bottled up liquids, and we're literally just gonna put it here. And then all the bottles we're just gonna release. And that's like tons of water, man. There's literally like 60 tons here. Adelias? Sure. This guy's angry. Oops. Things I don't see people use as user nav buttons for faster navigation in the map. Yeah. Well, not faster nav, but it gives you an idea on how the navigation works. It's a good idea. The thing is that the dupes don't always take the fastest route, so a lot of times you kind of don't really care. Feels bad, man, but that's really the case, right? It just ends up being a thing where it doesn't really matter that much. A dupe's gonna get stuck in here. I should probably also get rid of the hydrogen. Is actually finished song Ice and Fire. I've never read the books, man. I've never read the books. So I'm not actually sure if it's finished. Still a little bit of power lines to give them. Still moving the water. Still building the ice temperature plates. It's heating up the steam, dude. It really is. I mean, saving when you're looking at the map, like Control 1 save. Oh, snapshotting. Yeah. It's one of those things that I feel like it's, you have to actively be mindful of that. But yeah, you're right, man. A lot of people don't use it. I think it's pretty cool to have as an option. It's just, man, I don't feel like it's intuitive. Oh no, I hit no docks available. No docks available. That's the only vacancy on it. What was that? Checkpoint. Alright, I don't know why there's pea water here. We're gonna release it. Me neither. I know that G.R.R. Martin did not finish the final book and works on other projects instead, so people are upset. I mean, they should be more upset about the the Starbucks cups stuff and the last season of Game of Thrones. That's just me though, man. That's just me. It really do be like that though sometimes. Open up the seal 2s, doing all right. Okay, so finally we gotta fix this. The easy solution is just insulate it. Like, that's really all we gotta do. And then we're just gonna pump up the waters, run the waters in, and we'll be fine. The big thing is gonna be just sweeping the area. They got a last season. Yo, man, I stopped watching. I'm not gonna lie. I really did. Hey, look at the little babies. They're looking for slugs to eat. The natural crab predators. Looking for some slugs for dinner. they're working on it. They're working on it. A lot of digging is getting done. Almost nothing else, though. Adding in the phosphorite for the pinch of pepper nuts. Oh, we made the bread? Did someone eat the bread? Someone ate the bread. Damn it. Yeah, it's here. It's here. Alright, we gotta make another one. And then we gotta feed it to George. He's gotta get his Uber Eats, man. There's a new Game of Thrones TV show, which is about Knight and his squire, which looks very enjoyable. I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like I haven't watched proper television in like the longest time. Like the normal TV shows that they have. I feel like for the longest time, I have not seen any of the stuffs. Well, let's empty out 12 tons of water and see what happens. Someone got me? $12 tons. That's 12 full tiles. Please. Oh, there it is. And of course it starts boiling and dancing. Of course, all the hot stuff right here immediately makes it in steam. Alright, we have 5 tons of brine. We're still moving more water still. I feel like the more water we release here, the better. Because you get more of the items to heat up / cool down. This biome sucks. This biome sucks. I'm also considering running the aqua tuner on some tiles here and making it like radiant. 200 kilograms of steam. Damn, that's a lot. They really are not messing around, man. That's a lot of heat in that corner. How's the chlorine? Still waiting on the wires, man. Autosave. We'll wait for that. Oh, he's on it. Oh, let's go. Shout out to Bionicle. We probably... Oh, you're not supposed to be allowed. Oh, the classic. Bionic doors. I'm not used to that thing yet. They ignored doors, dude. That's why we got the suit docks are filled. Goodness. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. We're just gonna put a simple pump here. And then we're just going to pump up some of the hydrogen. This is going to generate a little heat, but the AQ is going to keep it cool. We are going to expand the suits here so we get some more access. Fun times, fun times. Let's pop the ladders. Okay, so this is still being worked on. Let's get the ladder set. I don't want to get stuck here. Cthulhu, 69 plus 1. How was first day back at school? On the day the new league starts? Or the league event happens? What's going on, Cthulhu? I see you over there. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing great, man. But yo, man, appreciate you, Cthulhu. 70 stream streak. Hey, I got a question, man. I got a question. You only found out about the new Forencia League this morning. Hey, it happens, man. Don't worry about that. It happens. It happens. So I have a question, man. I read online yesterday that schools in Texas have something called a barbecue team, and it's treated like a athletic event. Like they have a full team roster and they have competitions about who makes the best barbecue. Is that real? Asking for friends. Some schools actually have that. I don't know of any in my district though. I got you. Okay. I read that. I was like, hold up, man. Like, goddamn, they actually have that as a pastime? You know what I'm saying? I was like, that's tight, man. There's like, you got the pitmaster Cthulhu handling the spare ribs. It's, dude, I've just never seen like food be competitive. You know what I'm saying? In school setting. Like, it's always been something like home ec in the TV shows. We don't have that class like in reality. A home ec class where you learn how to like bake and make soup and stuff like that. Like, that was I've never seen that class in real life. So to me, it's like a lot of that is foreign. But it's like, I'm just imagining like, oh, it's Master Chef. You know, when they do red team versus blue team. That's what I'm imagining. It's like, it's a cook-off. You guys got 5 hours. This is your 20 pounds of ribs. You got to get all the flavors in. And then end of the 5 hours, we're going to be tasting. Yeah, you'd research how meats taste with coal, wood, charcoal. And then that's where you start getting into like, oh man, the mesquite wood really gives it a nice smoky flavor versus the charcoal that we use. Of course, you can't be using propane. You got to be using something that gives it a smokiness to it. That's what I'm imagining, man. I got some Hank Hill in there. But I feel like that would be so cool. Like, we need more food competitions like that, man. I tell you what. Got someone over there start speaking like Boomhauser. Not gonna lie, man. That'd be mad funny. I saw a clip of a dude from Texas. And the caption of the show was real life Boomhauser. And he was getting interviewed. He was getting interviewed by like he witnessed something and he just started speaking, and the reporter was just like, yeah, just nodding along. Oh man, it was pretty good. But yo man, real life Boonhauser. Fun times, fun times. We're gonna dig this so the hydrogen sneaks out. I'll likely need this ladder right there as well. Alright, waiting for this to cool down before we could really fix it. We don't really need any more iron, we just let that sit for a while. And then we have more brine here that we just empty. The more items we get submerged in water, the better. Because it's going to cool down a lot better when it's in water like that. So technically, we kind of want to flood this area if we can. I guess that means we should stop pumping up the waters. And maybe remove this tile so the liquid starts spilling in. Yes, they will. The blueprints only require you to play the game in order to accumulate them. There is no limit of how many you have set. There was a stream where I opened up, I think, 24 blueprints because I just don't open them every week. So that is a thing. That is a thing. Now we're gonna put a tile there, and hopefully the hydrogen goes all the way around and we pump it up. So you don't have to worry too much about the blueprinting. All right. What? Oh, is this not plugged in? There we go. All right, we're gonna start getting some chlorine. This pipeline isn't connected for that. Okay, now it's gonna be on. And then we have to run this out. This is in... Oh, I never connected the heavy watt right there. We need to start lowering the amount of water we have here. I don't think any more water is gonna spill in. It would have to be from here, if anything, but that should be fine. Alright, sweet. Let him get to work. Okay, the amount of steam is no longer in kilograms. This used to be at 200 kilograms per tile. Now it's down to like a couple thousand grams, but still. I guess technically it's kilograms, it's just not listed as kilograms. Alright, it's gonna slowly cool down. A lot of the items there are finally gonna get the cooling it deserves. This chlorine is almost ready. We're gonna pump up as much of the chlorine gas as we can. Maybe we could start working on this. The tamer for this is actually pretty simple. So this is 400 grams per second. A deodorizer is 100 grams per second. Okay, we can just keep up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just keep up with that. Easy setup, easy setup. So we're gonna start digging. We'll do a little bit of preemptive sweeping. Oh, I don't have the sweep set at all standard. Okay, another thing is we'll probably want to open this up. Hopefully they don't get stuck. Because we don't want the chlorine. Oh, damn, 700 kilograms in this one tile. Goodness. Okay, didn't get stuck. Let's go. Let's dig that. We'll probably want to mop this up. Just to get rid of the trapped chlorine to be freed. Yep, they're going to be automatically pulling from here to dump into here. And then we're going to get chlorine starting to stockpile. Good stuff, good stuff. We're lowering the amount of liquid we have here, or at least trying to. If you want to purify contaminated water, and you want the water... So there's a lot of different ways to do it. It depends on if you want to keep the water in a reservoir or not. If you do, you could use chlorine or radiation, depending on if you have spaced out. But I have a design that allows you to take the toilet water. This is going to be really good for overflow water, where it's like you prioritize it, and then the extra water that's already like your reservoir is filled and you have extra water because the bathroom's water positive. You could actually do a weird setup. I have this design on YouTube. And it allows you to pitcher pump it. It's a weird design that uses uranium ore. I think you only need 3. And then how it works is you have the toilet water get dumped out here. The radiation from the doors will kill it by the time it reaches the pitcher pump. Radiation kills a lot faster than chlorine does. Radiation in the open environment is really fast. Having a shine bug in a contaminated slime biome will purify the slime biome faster than the germs could spread on the polluted oxygen. Like, and it's not even like you control the shine bug, it's just randomly moving. And that's literally strong enough, dude, to purify. Like, the radiation is strong. Radiation in this game has a lot of strength, man. But yeah, you can do the same thing by having the reservoir on top of a door. And you could automate it. Make it a uranium. You don't need chlorine in that sense. You just have the radiation interact with the reservoir that way. That's another design that if you want something like that, you can. But yeah, man, radiation is nice. It'd be strong, dude. Oh, we can't reach. Oh, we can't reach. That's fair. Let's dig this. That's how you get radiation doo-doo. Hey, man. It really do be like that sometimes. So nice, you gotta say it twice. That's doo-doo, baby. You know what it is. Alright, we gotta make another food item for George. I think now we should be fine to start planting our first megafront. Dude, we have 11 of the seed. That's so much. 1 megafront consumes so much chlorine that I don't think we'll be able to keep up with the geyser now. All right, do we have any weird liquid stacks here? $14.95. Yeah, it's not really much we could do. Dig a little bit right here. We're just trying to lower the water level so we could use this as a proper ladder shaft. I probably do this. Or actually, we should do the top one. Yeah, I don't like germ sensor with chlorine setup. It failed me so many times. But you grow fiber with pea water. It's not a, and it's not food, so it doesn't transfer to it. No. So polluted water, if you feed it through a hydroponic tile, does not transfer germs. It never has. A lot of the times, if you use a regular farm tile, and then you have a dupe add the water themselves, they transfer to the plant. So food and germs, that doesn't matter unless the dupes pass along the germs because they pick up the germy water. It's always been like that. So that's one thing that might be what you're getting bought by, but for the most part, that's the interaction for the germs and foods. That being said, you could always just cook the food and it's the same thing. It would be, you know, removed all germs on it. Is this actually cold? No, we should be fine. Alright, we're gonna want to dig down this abyssalite. I might as well start digging this. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this ladder path kind of just work. But yeah, germ sensor stuff is kind of jank. If you want to be able to use the water for food, though, the pitcher pump idea is not bad. But if you're doing plumbed piping, you're going to use the door on the radiation. The problem is that it's still the same rule set if you put the radiation door underneath the reservoir. It's purifying the germs in the reservoir and not the pipes. I believe the pipes do not get purified. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how much better that is. A lot of gas. We're just trying to lower the amount of liquid we have here. Yeah, this plastic ladder's it. Run this up. Let's try to get this done. So these doors are set. Yeah, the bionics and then the normal dupe should be not allowed. We're gonna start trimming this and slowly work our way to sandwich this area so we could have it available now. 5 tons of plastic. It's going well. We're out of crude oil, boys. All of the crude oil has been processed. We have 10 tons of crude oil. Little bit of hydrogen. Let's go. Clean it up. Clean up the H2. Come on, man. 5 grams. This H2 is being so problematic. There it is. Okay, it's done. Polluted oxygen, we're just gonna have to purify the normal way. Once we unplug it, we could do that. Okay, this top side got submerged. You can see that some of the hot items are still there. They're glowing red. Sand at 120, igneous at 145. It's going well. So the liquids down here are cooler than the liquids up top. So I think this means we can start removing this and having this connected. Should be nice. How is this set up? Oh, this is producing, or it's trying to produce. Let's mop up some of the liquids here. We are going to be doing our setup for this. This is just going to be an open air setup, nothing special. So we will do... How do we want to vacuum this? One, two, three, four, 5. That means we need it on this side. I want to do 5 just in case. We'll do that here, and then dig. Get that there if I can. And steam, classic. Still getting steam. Feels bad. I dug smaller slime lung biome and purified it, but as polluted water was exhaling more and more, it turned to 11 kilograms of polluted oxygen per tile. Popped eardrums worse, debuff early stage, yeah. And you know why that happens, right? You get the, do I have a natural situation to that? I don't think I do. Effectively, the cause of that is a tile of CO2 floating above the polluted water, allowing it to keep off-gassing. Because it's always going to be heavier than a polluted oxygen. So it just acts as an intermediary to allow it to infinitely off-gas. And that happens if there's CO2 in the biome, or if your dupes go through and breathe out. It's one of those weird situations. They don't think it be like it is, though, but it do. Okay, so we do want to get that connected soon, getting it to here. We could cut this now, because we're not going to need it. Well, we might want to clean up the gas, but I think it's going to spill down. It should eventually spill down. I should be able to do all that. We need to start mopping. I guess we do want to do this. Fill this up. And then we could argue digging another tile here is not a bad thing. We just need to create space. The Saturn critter trap is drowning. Oh no, bro. Liquid res, let's go. Alright, the steam's condensed. We're going to be removing more and more insulated tiles. If there's something that requires chlorine, pups don't count. Yeah, we're doing megafrons. This plant. This plant consumes, this is the alternative to sleet wheat, 54 kilograms a cycle. It consumes a lot. Like one plant, I think, is enough to counteract the cool chlorine geyser that we have at the bottom. This is 500 grams per second, 112 grams on average, times 600. That ends up being like, what, 660? Something like that. 660, 600, or 66. Yeah, this is the prehistoric DLC. If you don't have that, though, there is still another plant. This one. The Dash Assault Vine is base game. It consumes a whopping 7 kgs. I mean, 6 grams per second. It's not a lot. That's the problem. It consumes chlorine, but at a very low rate. This converts, effectively, sand into salt. Because you put in sand and you get salt back. Funny thing is that you could crush the salt back into sand and you should be positive. That's the funny thing about that. Salt crushes into sand 1-to-1. And then you just feed that back into the plant. But yeah, the Dash Assault Vine would be the other plant. It requires chlorine gas specifically, but it consumes it. Low rate. We have a lot of chlorine. Let's go. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, we have too much chlorine, so it's not allowing more through. That's fine. I wish they update this so we could see wild growth of plants in the database rather than checking a wild plant. Yeah, there's a lot of database stuff that could be improved on, 100%. I will say. There's a lot of stuff that could be just better off. But you know what, man? Clay is busy working on a way team. I can't be mad. I want to see how a way team works out. We got to open this up, of course. Oop, autosave lag. Let's wait. Okay, this should be cooled down now. We're going to deconstruct the igneous tiles. Because that way when we reconstruct whatever it is that we're going to build, it's going to be fine. At least that's going to be the hope. Okay, checking on the magma tamers. Nothing weird. Oh, this broke. God damn it, dude. Why does this keep breaking? Every time. I didn't even seal it up from last time. Feels bad, man. Why is this automation lag? Are we pushing in too much magma? Yeah. After, I think it was like cycle 800, it started breaking pretty consistently. It's not usually fun times to fix that, man. I realize I probably want to do additional layer here. Because I'm going to need space for the gas. Keeps breaking on me, man. Imagine if it was a prequel starring George. Yo, man. That'd be interesting. The story of George. Oh, sorry about that sneeze. The story of George would be kind of tight, man. Bless you, thank you, thank you. I'd be curious to know how George got there. If that's how he got there, he just got stuck on the side of a rocket like that. It would be pretty funny. In Before, that's actually the storyline, man. I could see that happening. Alright, these Dartles gotta go. These guys are a menace. Alright, still trying to remove a lot of the water from here so that we can make a proper setup. So much liquid accumulated. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna do a temporary gas line. I want to just get the chlorine pumped out somewhat steady. The Puff Jail Boys. Believe it or not, this jail space is going to be to dump any chlorine that we don't want. I'll be waiting on the video with tips and tricks, yo, man. I want to see a release date for that, man. I want to see when that gets released, man. I really do. I need to know, man. When is it happening? CO2 skill, getting fed in. The bees are huffing. Man, we have a lot of CO2. Oh yeah, we gotta fix this. That's right. Okay, we're just gonna decon the water tiles. We're gonna have to go inside. Like, that should work. And this is running, man. A lot of igneous going through this. Dude, look at this. So many plug slug babies. We're finally gonna be able to... Oh my god. Not cramped, right? Dude. We gotta move in a Pokeshell egg. We gotta start a riot. Oh, they're gonna be breathing in the gas? No, they only breathe in unbreathable stuff, right? The riot starts! Oh, man. Why are they aggro here? It's not even the same room. Forgiveness. They're fighting the little babies. The ultimate rude crabs. Oh my goodness. This guy was quick, man. He's like, I gotta get in, get out. The fight club begins, boys. Dude, he hopped up to get the angle on the adults. They optimized the game. They have been trying to make it better, man. They're limited, though, to the engine. They're doing their best, man. They really are. We're going to move the eggs inside so that we have fewer slugs in the open. Alright, we're almost going to be able to get a ladder shaft here to make it travel a lot easier. Pretty good, pretty good. We're going to expand this. We're going to let the water spill in. Remove that, place a new tile in, spill everything else in. Oxygen bubble. Nah, man, really? Take the nutrient bars. It is what it is. Alright, so we should probably also start tapping this because we're out of natty gas. So we are going to add in the normal setup. We won't be able to go underneath, so we're gonna want that ladder. Yeah, they can't climb out if they get stuck. And then... oh, this is done. Let's do 99 peat. Still making clay. This is gonna be worked on now. Moving out the chlorines. Alright, so this stuff, the dartles got evolved. Let's go. Then we got to do a layer of mesh here. And then we got to get the tiles in. Making clay, you know what it is, man. It's kind of funny. Clay is a resource, but it has almost no use in the game. You would imagine you'd be making a lot of like stuff with clay, given that it's kind of the name of the company. Maybe it's just me, man. I feel like that would be the natural thing. We just make a lot of stuff. Yeah, pottery. You get big jugs. Yeah, ceramics is a good insulator, but it's like, outside of that, that's all you really get. Clay is used for the farm plots and the planter boxes, and then ceramic. And then that's really it. You don't really use it for anything else. Alright, we're gonna stop the ice texture plates. We should be fine with that. Almost ready, boys. A lot of brine here. We'll probably want to use the brine. And then we got to get our cooling box soon. Soon. Still pumping out the chlorine. This got opened up. We got to do our weird setup here. Makes a lot of sense, though, this weird setup. Ooh, that's an idea. That's a great idea. We do weird setup like that. But we don't plug it in yet. Yeah. Don't need a lot of liquid here. Let's get the bottle drainer moved over. And then we could finish it afterwards. Yeah. Then we would probably do something like this. And then manual door. Do it like that. I remember my first salt sea asteroid. No idea what to do with the salt water, so I was boiling it. Dude. Salt water, man. I feel like... how do I say this? Isn't salt water bad for plants? I mean, you have a lot of plants that want salt water in this game. But it's like a lot of times, man, you get salt water... a lot of like the plants die from the high salt content. That's another thing. It's like, oh, that's just the realism of the game. And then we need to pump everything out. I was kind of surprised about that. But at the same time, I was like, hey, you know what? I guess, you know, you don't want it to be too dangerous. But yeah, man, getting that ocean on the top is always a fun time. It's just this huge body of water that you don't know what to do with. And then the funny thing with that is like you'll get this weird, I don't know if it's weird, urge to just crack it open and let it spill. The classic situation, man. Alright, we're gonna try to make a burger. Whoa, CO2 storage is backed up. Oh, because of this. There we go. To be honest, instead of setting a farm, I spent hours of wild planting meshes and making that pip plant where I want. Oh, man. Wild planting, man. I've always wanted a way to, like... Have you ever seen those, like, animal rescue operations? Well, where they take a, injured animal and rehabilitate them? And then eventually they re-release them into the wild. I feel like I want a way to reintroduce tame critters into wild. Like, give us a new room type called, like, wilderness. And it's like, everything there is natural. No built tiles. All naturally growing plants. And then the logic is that we're reverse taming the critters. Just an idea. Just an idea. Yeah, it's kind of like rehab. But not really, though. Because it's like... In real life, that's what it is. But in-game, that's not why we're doing it. We just want to not feed the critter. We don't want to feed this man, dude. It costs too much. Alright, the pipeline is built over here. We could finally start pumping the chlorine. Let's go. Alright, so we now have... Dude, almost 2 full tanks. Man, should I get a second Megafront? Let's do some math really fast. How much does this support? $112 times 600. So it's 67. This eats up 54. So we're gonna have extra chlorine feeding into the puffs. But like that's all it really is. Alright, we're gonna get a second plant. Just so that we could consume a little bit more chlorine. This plant is how much? Yeah, 10,000 upper limit. We don't want to be too high pressure. Not deconstructing the insulated tile, hopefully. We call them animal rehabilitation centers, where they get healed before getting released to the wild again. Yeah. I feel like you usually see that for like turtles. I feel like it's not often you'll see like a lion or something like that. It's usually like a sea animal that got caught in like some plastic. Raptors. Wait, hold on, man. We talking about raptors? Like the dinosaurs? We talking about the dinos? I may want to move the transformers to a lower set. This is also fine, though. Not really too mad about it. Eagles, owls. They're considered raptors? Well, I didn't know that. You see them for turtles because you live in Cali. I see them with alligators and jaguars quite a bit. That makes sense, actually. I never thought about it that way. That's just the local marine life, so to speak. Oh no, bro. Too many fish. Alright, man. You know what we might actually start doing? We might actually start feeding these guys. God damn it. It's already spring, dude. Pollen. Allergies. Why does it not stop? It's supposed to be wintertime, man. I'm over here sniffling. Kind of bad at your place. Yeah, man. It's dude. It's already warm, so all the trees are growing and all that. So all the pollen's here, all the bugs are out, dude. It's so much pollen. Can't stop sneezing, dude. Throughout the year, it's just pollen all the time, and then randomly, it'll be cold, so I start sneezing for other reasons. The struggles. Alright, we gotta feed this guy proper food. We will make one frost bun. We will try to make one frost burger. We have lettuce. We just gotta make some BBQ. I guess we could make some. We just gotta pull it. Is there something else I could make? We don't have mushrooms. We don't have slime. Mixed berry pie. We don't have grub fruit. Oh, yeah, that'd be easy to make. Outside of that, it's surf and turf, cooked seafood BBQ, mushroom wrap, stuffed berry. Oh, we don't have bristleberries. We could probably make some bristleberries. -1, 81 degrees. Yo, man, stay warm over there, abductor. Oh, okay, we're good. So we're going to be pumping from here. We're going to be locking this door. And then we're going to be putting in a little bit of oil. Wish I could. Yo, man, stay warm, dude. You got this. Burrito blanket. I remember when I was sick and it was really cold in my room. And I didn't realize until it's too late. It was 12 Celsius in my room. And it was hurting to breathe. I literally took Mamba, wrapped myself up in a blanket, put Mamba on my lap, and sat on a chair and hunched over. And I was breathing with my face in Mamba's belly. I was like, dude, man, I gotta warm up this air, dude, because it hurts. It hurts to breathe. That was the struggles, man. Oh, this bridge is backwards. Oh, Lord. I didn't even realize that. This bridge is backwards. There we go. Can we get this made? That way we could start pumping out the chlorine a little bit steady. No! I mean, I guess this is fine, because we're pumping up the gases either way. No power. No power. Oh, that's right. I never fixed the battery here. Wait, no, that's separate from our power here. Oh, I don't have the natty gas. Alright, we got to do that. We will want to open this. For those cases, you should have Alpine Mountain Sleep Pack. I have one. It's up to -9. What is that? I don't know what that is. Alpine Sleep Pack? That sounds like something you do when you're doing camping in, like, you know, the mountains. Hence the name, right? Oh man, we have no power here right now. How do we have no power here? We really need this natural gas, it looks like. Oh, this doesn't work. It's not the right setup. Let me see. We gotta put another bridge here. It's for outdoor sleeping. Oh, it's a sleeping bag. I see you. I see you. All right, so we're going to start getting the natty gas from here soon. We're going to put in the automation we're going to want. Let's probably put in brine for now. We're not going to have a proper liquid lock for this. Maybe we do. And we just put an insulated door setup. Given how we have a lot of consumers by the ladder, this I feel like makes a lot of sense. Maybe even running it down there makes sense. Because you already have a line coming down. I need to just start having, yeah, the natty gas needs to just start running. There we go. Pumpage. It is doing the half-half thing I was worried about. It's not doing two, it's doing half-half. Kind of a problem. It does mean I have to redo this gas line a little bit. Okay, let's run another line through so that we get space to fix it. Getting our brine. We're gonna be trimming this still. How is the water on this side? We're slowly moving in tiles. A little bit at a time. It's slow though. I mean, it's not gonna matter too much. We're already moving chlorine. We're really just trying to pump up the chlorine gas. The polluted oxygen being generated sucks though. It's warming everything up, which is not really a big deal. But it's making it so that the chlorine stays at the bottom. Till we pump up all the polluted oxygen. Dormancy in 14 cycles. Alright, we're just gonna let that rock. These gens are very low still because it's just running off of the natural gas. Door automation doesn't cost power. And then it's the power from here. So, man, I feel like I should just start cooling the materials. Because I wouldn't mind the power right now, realistically. This pump comes from here. Maybe we start replacing some stuff from this wire set. Alright, so this is about done. Let's build these two. Yeah, we're gonna start replacing some wire stuff here, and then we gotta fix this. And then from there, we're gonna have to remove the mesh tiles. Looks like I will want to keep suits here for that. This has still not fixed itself, feels bad. I just want the water to spill, dude. That's all we need. That's built, that's built, that's built. Let's get the second Megafront, so we just do the chlorine a little bit more. Chlorine is filled. Tile is done. Let's open this. There we go. Let's get a bottle drainer or a bottle emptier there. Should be fine. So these being tiles should make sense. No, I just don't have that much plastic. I only started replacing my ladders with plastic ladders today. In some of the outside spots, like some of my inside spots wasn't all plastic. Now most of them are. Now we're doing a little bit outside. And it's because we're only really getting the plastic from this, right? So it's a little bit tough. Little bit tough. I'm considering running the resin to make some plastic right now. I wouldn't mind doing that. We could actually do it like here. Or here, actually. No caverns with oil at the bottom. There is, I just don't want to pump it with the oil wells. I would have to unload the oil wells. But yeah, otherwise, there's not that much oil down here. We do technically have the water, though. Okay, we're just going to be getting some spaces opened up. Building out some of the tiles. Natty gas is going to run out soon. We need to add the brine in here. It's taking some time. We have ethanol we could burn. We might actually want to actively start converting resin into plastic. We actually might. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe we should have an airflow here. Let some of the gases slip out. Looks like it's getting thinner, but it's gonna be erupting soon. And then how is the vent line here? Not bad. We're gonna want to add tiles in whenever we can. This could be removed. We need to sweep out the stuff. Timo, don't get stuck, buddy. Nice. Alright, we're just gonna leave those tiles inside. You know what I just realized? Maybe moving this down makes a lot of sense, so this doesn't matter. Yeah, I think we could remove these tiles. Ladder here. Move the pump down. Gonna start using more power from this side. We could do a weird setup where we reverse feed some power wires from this area into here. I actually think I should do that. Do a reverse feed. That way we get better power over here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do double gold. And then we'll run the gold wire through. Drecos are cuties. Drecos are cuties. Can't reach that tile. Let's get a ladder here. It upsets me a bit that making Plasma Draco is such a hassle. No, it's not. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Plastic from Dracos is pretty good, IMO. Some people may even consider it to be too good. Alright, this is going to allow us to siphon 2,000 watts perpetually from this line. Okay, we need to build this. We need that natty gas running. There we go. I'll probably do want to put doors here just so that we could close everything on kind of an automation set. I did also kind of mess up the liquid lock. Is the insulated door having an automation slot? It does not. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Alright, we have a lot to build, lot to do. We got to try to get this done so that we could start fixing this area. Still working down there slightly. This is chilling. We're still pumping up water from here. Alright, how's the cool slush back at home? Alright, so this is it. We're gonna decon those tiles. Make that insulated. Dig everything. We're gonna move the pump down. So it goes down to there. We're gonna do power line. Probably backwards. Maybe even combine it with this. Okay, we're probably gonna start insulating. So let's cut that line. We do want to run this, likely like that. Run that low like that. Do a little bit of a weird pump area. There's just going to be gases accumulating here, so it might actually suck. And then on the inside, sweeping, hydro sensor here, automation, decon the top one, sensor's gone. And then we're gonna have extra reservoirs on this side. Okay, this is ready. Extra salt water. Alright, so now we do this, do that, let the water spill. Should be no problems. None of the triple volcanoes are active. Man, are we doing that much work on the builds? And then we got to do a reset here. Yeah, a lot of building to be done. A lot of power that we're missing out on. Okay, spillage is done. Nice. team will be building right now like a champ. Okay, new spot. You could only go in, can't go out. Checkpoints removed. And then the gas line needs to be connected. Kind of want to get that built. We also want to do this as well. Shovel eggs. We'll take the blossom seeds. Extra chlorine, getting puff consumption. Let's go. Man, this pollen sucks. This pollen sucks. Dude, man. This pollen can't stop, won't stop, man. What's going on, Vlad? Welcome in. Bless you, thank you, thank you. Good Zoom time, thank you, Abductor. Dude, man, this pollen just keeps bopping me. Alright, should be good. Thank you, Timo. We're gonna do a quick save. Because we got the save load to fix the magma. Just want to make sure. Alright, we have the full quit out the game. Then we got to relaunch. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Man, dude. I might want to do some deep cleaning tonight. And over the weekend. Making sure we make sure the air quality in here is like as good as it can be. Clean out all the air vents. Well, not air vent, my air purifier. Clear out the filter on that. Maybe start clearing out some of the window screens. That one's gonna be fun. It's not hot enough to actually do that. Because I want to be able to just shut the windows and spray the hose on the window screen. And then it just, you know, naturally just kind of dries up. There it is. We gotta dig up the igneous. There's gonna be 1,000,000 tons of items inside. $59 tons. Goodness. Alright, we're gonna have to do both of these. After that happens, we're gonna move everything in. Okay, this wire is done. Wow. So now we're gonna get this battery connected. 2,000 watt limit, but it's pretty good. We're siphoning power on it. Alright, this is done. Mass move. We're gonna have to start sweeping like that. The necessary evils. Okay, that should be done. This is opened up again. We gotta dock some suits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Autosave flag. 5. Always permitted. That's fine. And then we should have extra suits. We shouldn't need to do anything else. Yeah, we do. Alright, so we have nice natty gas now for cooking. Alright, so can we make the burger? Frost buns. We need to make one of these. We're gonna do frost buns and then a bunch of barbecue. Hopefully this gets swept into. And we're gonna hopefully be able to make our first frost burger to feed George, and we'll save him. Megafron's growing. We're gonna be getting grains. It's always nice. Yep. Almost all the chlorine's removed. Almost. And once we could do that, we could do our build finish. Still gotta be clearing out this low area. Should we actually open up right side? This is where a lot of the heat is. That's gonna be fun. I might actually want to do like more ice spilling into here. We'll have to do like a wall of temp shift plates. Still sweeping. It's almost done though. Timo's giving up the job though because he's hungry. Give the man Timo a sandwich. Alright, we gotta bop that, do this. Put a ladder there. Most of the heat and zombie spores, yeah man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Okay, this is gonna seem weird, but I think this makes sense. So we're gonna add 3 more tanks for the liquid reses. And then we're gonna add the power line to that side, which means this power line's removed. And then we're gonna have to sweep that out. Get the tile here. We're gonna want to start pulling power from this right side. Dude, this battery is draining pretty fast though. And this is going up pretty fast as well. That 2000 perpetual seemed pretty legit. Maybe we could do something jank here. Part of me is wondering if I could try to do this. Push everything over and just put a natty gas insulated door. No, okay. Got the drop lock. Got the drop lock still. And then if we push this, it should be good. Dude, I don't want to have to re-pump natty gas, dude. That was such a struggle. We only have a couple bubbles left. That was such a struggle, dude. That was 3 streams of pumping, I know, man. Don't want to have that be another thing we gotta do. Alright, so this should be done, right? Nice. Do want this pumping. There should be power on this. Still waiting for that. Oh, it didn't push the freaking... It didn't push it the right way? That's so troll, dude. That's actually so troll. Alright, so we have to decon this back. And then build a tile on top. We have to build a tile there first, push it to the right, then decon this, then push that tile in. I mean decon, build that. That should push it to the right, and then it should push it up. And then we should get a spill right there. There we go. And then now I should be able to do this. And then I don't think they're going to allow me to build that. I might actually have to have that be accessible. Yeah, it's unreachable. So we would have to do it from the top. Which is fine, because we're going to remove this and then just rebuild the top one. Diagonally build that. We should get our liquid lock. And then the last thing we want is the insulated door. There we go. After that, we're going to want a tile there. And then build it insulated there so it pushes to the right. Batteries are good again. Batteries are included. Dude, single layer of chlorine. So close. We are so close to the vacuum there. Mammoth egg, sure. This should be ready. Nice. Steel mesh. We gotta go for it. Oh, the slugs are taking over the crabs. They're overtaken, man. We're not going to need to look at that, this, or that. Nor do we look at plug slug eggs. Sand, I guess, is fine. Worn suits, okay. So, copper. I want to see this number go down. If it doesn't, we're going to have to add more plug slug areas for them to eat. That's really what it becomes, man. Alright, so critter count eggs above 0. Green signal if it's below 8. And it's just critters. So these should be disabled, so then the trap should be open, which allows the slugs to roam. It's almost done. Before the next eruption. No. We were so close on bopping the chlorine. Alright, gotta go back to there. This is feeding in well now. Let's go. Build that. Build that. I know, man. We gotta pump faster. I should put a second pump inside. Alright, pushed in the water. And then I'll be able to go in this way. Insulated door on a pressure setup. And then we'll put a door here so we don't go in and out. And then we have natty gas now. That's going to be tame. We're still dumping in CO2 here. Into the bees. They're consuming it well, though. Oh, it's not enough? No way. One full gas line cannot keep up with the bees huffing it nonstop. No way, dude. Oh, no, we're getting small packet size. That might be not helpful. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dude, it's so much CO2. I mean, it's trying. It really is. We just gotta, just gotta wait. Right. Move out some of the items. This is about done. Sweep all that out. Above 500. Oh, no power. We do want this running, because we're going to need to get a little bit of cooling for this. We're going to put plastic ladders in here to make it look fancy. And then we're going to start sweeping everything. I do want the oxygen here to get moved out. Friggin' dupes. Breathing in the O2s. Okay, this is ready. And then we just got to seal this up before we let it rock again. Okay, so bridge here because of how it works. That's a little unfortunate. Our pipeline is not ideal here. So what makes sense then is probably something like this. Since this is small packet size, we can let it accumulate and get full packets in all the time. So that it stops vacuuming. The bees gotta stop vacuuming the CO2 pit, dude. These bees... 67. Alright, it's looking good. Let's reseal this up. Plastic. Let's get that in. Sweep this. Nothing inside. Okay, so I want to get a canister of CO2. And we're going to try to fill up the box with CO2 instead of vacuuming it. It's like, might as well. And then we have enough reservoirs that I think we'll be fine now. We do want to get that. And then we'll probably get eventually a little bit of CO2 here, which is kind of suck. I'm also probably going to want this just to have CO2 here so the oxygen gets to sneak out. And then we're just going to release this. Hopefully this is not going to be too bad. 2,305 kilograms? Gosh darn, that's a lot. Okay, we're waiting for the CO2 to push all the bad gas out. And then we're just going to want to seal this up. Okay. Move that out pretty good. We could sweep this area as well. We're just waiting for these bubbles to slip out. There it is. Oh, no. Come on. To the left. Move up, dude. You're supposed to. It's CO2 up and bottom. There we go. Now we gotta wait for this one to slip out. This room is probably gonna have to stay mixed. I don't think we could really do anything about that. I mean, we could. It's just gonna be like, it's gonna be a lot of work. Come on, dude. You could do it. Left side. There it is. There we go. All right, nice. So it's like this room is gonna eventually fill up with CO2, so we might as well make it clean looking. This one's unfortunate. There's gonna be CO2 polluted oxygen mixed. As long as there's no oxygen, though, I guess that's fine. Filling up with CO2 will never always happen because the polluted oxygen will just spawn. All right, that's pretty good. All right, as a result, we're gonna double up this layer. Why? The only reasoning is because we're otherwise gonna accumulate, and we're just gonna put some transformers there. Help that setup look a little bit better. All right, and this is ready. We'll let that turn on again, let it rip. Pips are doing well. The power wire here is all right. Probably don't need too much cooling. There's a lot of cool energy, but it's gonna go away now. I guess the Weezeworts is still there. Okay, so we can replace this now and run this wire in like that. You could overpressure the room to not spawn. You could only do that with polluted water. You cannot do that with CO2. And it's not because it doesn't overpressure, but what happens is that the moment you spawn water here and it falls down, this tile of polluted water gets a chance to off gas. I know that because I've tried for so long and it always breaks. But yeah, you would have to fill up the room with polluted oxygen, but you can't push out CO2 with polluted oxygen. So you would have to pump up all the CO2 and then move in polluted oxygen with like a sublimation station and spawn it in, and then that stops it from off-gassing. That's the only way I've successfully done it. All right, this works. But yeah, man, I guess that is an idea. Yeah, it's a lot of work to try to do that. It's a pain. All right, this is good now. We're gonna lock both doors. I hear you, Mamba. What's wrong, baby? You should be all right. Little baby Mambas. What's wrong? I see you, though. Lexenius, welcome in. How are you? How are you? No, my pinches are dying. There's no more hot pea water. I guess we don't make enough here for it to work. Okay, so I have an idea. I wonder if this is gonna be bad. We're gonna start moving out the plant resin from here and start filling that into the polypress. Just to get a little bit more plastic. Resin into polypress, steam, CO2, yep, normal, and we get plastic. I just don't know how the building handles mixed liquids inside. That's the one thing I'm a little curious about. We'll try it. Because we're not going to have enough crew to keep that rolling. We have some on the floor, but I want to keep it for making liquid locks. Oh, that reminds me. I got to reset the box. No, 5 seconds. Oh, no, it's clean? It's finally clean. Let's go. This is, yeah, Relicaaargh, but it's the lab map. So it's not normal Relicaaargh, it's Relicaaargh Lab. Let's go, boys. It's finally done. Alright, so here's the strat. I wanted this room to be just polluted oxygen, and we have a liquid vent right there. Connected to a bottle of liquid. And now we have a fully sealed room. Oh my god. How much is this? Just a couple grams. Let me get another bottle, man. Hey, there we go. Thank you, Kill Bill. This guy's on top of it. I just want to be a little bit extra. I want to have a lot of heavy liquid here. Alright, we're good. We could bop the door now. We could bop these tiles, this pump. Pipeline, gas line, power line. And then we could start bopping the tiles. So what this sets us up for is the liquid vent strat. I mean liquid vent, the oxidizer strat, deodorizer strat. We're gonna put deodorizers here. It's gonna be able to reach the airflow tiles. And then as a result, purify the polluted oxygen without letting it float out. We are not going to add it in yet because I want to pump up all the chlorine first and have it go into this. And while it's all chlorine, I don't want to add more gas to it, you know? So this is about done. All we're going to need to do is put a power line in, get the deodorizers. We might even want to set it up now. Because we know that we're going to have to power this. We only need 5 to keep up with the eruption. Clean. That's going to be almost done. We probably want to open this. Get the bleach stone as well. And then also allows us to... we want to mine all the bleach stone as well. Because it's going to be part of the problem. And then... no, I want to dive in probably this way. There we go. I want to mine the bleach stone effectively. And then the bleach stone on that side we can't really worry about. This Dartle is stuck. We'll free him. Igneous rock. And then we have all that. So we're going to move out the bleach stone. And then we're going to want to open up some pockets so the gases could float out. And then we're just going to be pumping up chlorine for a minute. Should be good, should be good. This is almost done. 88 degrees. It's cooling, but it's not at the temperature that I want it to be at. We're going to do some excessive stuff. I'm going to be putting some temp shift plates here. Yeah, we're going to put some pools here of temp shift plates. Logic's going to be simple with that. We're going to want that to just have a little bit of a heat buffer, and we're going to start opening up this side. Oh, my man, D-Mayor. He's alive, boys. One-shotting everything. Alright, cool. Chlorine vent tamed and consumed. We have the mega fronds, and not only that, any puffs. We're letting them in. Alright, how does my automation work? It's got to be this one. This one feeds in last. Maybe we should go off of the top one instead. Steel automation. And then we just bop the wires for the rest. 95, 55. Yeah, that one empties out first. That makes a little bit more sense. Alright, this was probably a good idea. This is connected now. Oop, right here though. We got the angry Pokeshell crab battler. Dude. The Pokeshells might eventually lose. They're just too many slugs. We're out of eggs. We can't make them angry, dude. There's no more eggs to get them to fight. Not like this. Alright, I want to make sure this is fine. It's looking good so far. This one is golden. This one's still working. This one's still working. Okay. A lot of this is still going pretty well. Alright, nothing weird's happening, right? Natty gas from the oil refinery. We're adding in resin and it's making plastic. So it seems like it can handle both petroleum and resin in at the same time. That's pretty good. So now we could get fossil on a steady feed. Because we're doing amber to resin from the lure plants from here forever. And it's working pretty well. Plug slug egg. Let's move into the box. Still got a lot of water. Draco army chilling. We're gonna pop them out soon. All right, cold liquid by the gases. There's nothing here that's hot outside of the wall. We're just gonna let them do its thing. Oh, some of the ice refroze. That's fine. We kind of want that to be cool over there. Can't be too mad. Can't be too mad. All right, so we are gonna do our new cooling box. We'll likely want it like that. And we're gonna use this space. It's gonna be here though. So maybe we take this and put it here. Yeah, and then that means ladder all the way. We'll want to build that here as well. Power line could be like that. Like, this is in the way, so we can't really move it out and line it up. Okay. So it's likely going to, so the door is locked. We're going to run this to the left, and then it's going to go down. Then it's going to go boop, 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 before going into the top. Here, 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 and then it goes up like so. So bam, bam, bam. Insulated, insulated. My radiant pipe is cobalt. It's pretty good. We will use some temp shift plates inside, just because we have a lot of metal. And then we're gonna have to change these pipes after we're ready. After that, I probably do replace a lot of the top row if it's not needed anymore. And then we could run it in a little bit better. We're not gonna need the excessive amount of cooling up top. After that, we are probably gonna want... You know what? It's probably here. We're gonna have to add liquid in somehow, right? It might be on this tile. No, it's here, actually. That makes probably the most sense. Once everything is built, we're gonna have to do a one tile opening so that it could fill in right to left. We're gonna need a tile here to prevent water from spilling. And then a tile here as well. Once this is ready and we don't need to go in to build anymore, we're going to build a tile diagonally here. Allows us to deconstruct this tile. And then we could add the tile up top. I think that works well. Or maybe we want... No, I want the pipe here. But we can't add it inside then. Maybe we'll need to add it in this way. From this tile, makes sense? Let's pop this vent. Run everything around. Cut that. Push this up and use this tile? No, that's gonna be tough. Can I build a vent here? I can't. I guess we build it here. And then we just put it here. And then we just build it through that way. Yeah, that's not going to be needed then. Yeah, we'll build it like that. We'll force them to walk in this way. Take the brine. right? They should be just pulling the resin to make the plastic. Not bad, not bad. Plastic's going up. Still trying to pump up the water from that ocean. Technically, it's an ocean. I do want to redo these pipes, but I think we're fine. Okay, so let's see if we could do a little bit of a better power distribution in this area. So let's sweep that. Let's get another large transformer here. And then we're going to use that to power something. We just got to figure out what. There is some stuff we could do, like that sieve. This area could be very much cleaned up. There is also that pipe I wanted to change up too, for it to be a little bit cleaner. And then we're just doing salt water here. We want this to empty out before we do the other line. Not gonna need that anymore. Looking pretty good. I think we could get rid of this now. D Mayor, what's good? I see you over there, man. Welcome in. How are you, D Mayor? How are the days? How is the Friday? You know what day it is. It's Friday, baby. So, of course, welcome in, welcome in. Hope the Fridays are doing well. Hope the Fridays are doing great. Oh, it's the suits. We could get some more stuff for the dupes. Just not sure what else we need. Maybe we make a science room today. Alright, so this is up and running again. I might actually want to put up like a proper setup here now. Feels weird, man, but at the same time feels okay, man. How's the taming? It's going well. It's going well. We've gotten down to this pocket now. Chlorine is now fully tamed. We're just cleaning up the area's chlorine gas. Is a lot. And we got our megafrons up. Consuming the chlorine, we're feeding in the extra chlorine to the puffs, and we're getting bleachstone, which off-gasses to more chlorine to keep inhaling it. And that eventually will delete all the chlorine. But we're doing good. Doing good. Copy pastes. We're going to just bop the automation here. The megafron's going to be eating up the chlorine. That's going to be good stuff. The CO2 is... The bees are eating the CO2 so fast that we can't keep up with it. Like, we're feeding them full CO2 line non-stop. Reservoirs filled with it. And they're just huffing it, man. It's not even over 1,000. These bees are probably the best investment we had. I'm not even kidding. It's so much CO2 they're just eating. Those bees are doing well. The steam is good. The plants are dead, but that's because we tamed it mid-eruption, so it didn't actually accumulate enough water for the pinch of pepper nuts to have water throughout the dormancy. It's dormant for 80 cycles, more than halfway done. Is that bad that I'm jealous of the bees? Hey, man, I'm gonna be real. With the way the world is right now, man, I wouldn't mind being the bees too. It's like, man, dude, I just want to be asleep, carefree. Tomba, man, you know what it is. But yeah, the bees are doing well. And our Iron Volcano Tamer broke, and we're remaking it. Classic, classic. The beehive is what actually makes the bees. So since the beehive doesn't actually fall asleep, it's perfectly fine. Are you converting clean water to pea water for the pitch pepper nut carbon skimmer? Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. We have steam vent, so that's 95 seawater, because when we turbine run it, the 500 comes out at 95 with output. You can see we don't dump it in. We just take the hot water, then we feed it into a carbon skimmer room, 20 kgs. That converts the carbon skimmer into water to pea water. That goes into a room that we set up to temper, because 95 is too hot for the pinch pepper nuts. So we have a Weezwort with phosphorite on a sweeper on doors. So when the temperature is too cold, it's gonna open up and stop it from working. And then it's filled with hydrogen so that it has a interaction with the radiant pipe. So it's a weird setup, but once we get it, and once it's running and it's actually creating water, you can see it works pretty well. We've been letting this run for a while too, 100 cycles. But yeah, man, that actually uses a steam vent pretty well. This is a CO2 chiller, because the bees want cold CO2. Otherwise they die. Feels bad. But yeah, that's how the bees are getting their CO2 stuffs. Alright, so we gotta sweep this stuff. We have a lot of brine. I think it's gonna be brine we use. And we're just gonna put a pitcher pump. There we go. Alright. Does this work the way I need it to? That flows out this way, that flows out that way. And then we're gonna run this coming in this way instead. That actually doesn't really matter. We have to have these pipes exposed. And then I want to go up and around, because I want to bop all these weird piping situations that we're doing up top. Philosopher, welcome in. I see you over there. How are you? How are you? We're gonna have to fix that up because we're only gonna need water on the bottom layer. And then we're gonna have to clean everything up that way. There we go. So we're adding in water this way. The CO2 chiller looks a bit overkill. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to, like, moving bees. I've had a couple bees die. And I moved it from here to here. Like, it's so close. I still had a couple bees die. I was like, this sucks. I want to make sure we're prepared, man. This is 100% overkill. Realistically, A 3x3 is probably the ideal setup because you just want to have the temp shift plate interact, so you do a 3x3. But I was like, you know what? This chlorine chiller that we made to chill the chlorine so it's cold for the plants and the critters was more than enough, but CO2 is double the SHC. And I was like, you know what, man? Let's just make this larger than we need it to be. I was like, yo, man, thug life. Run the ethanol. And it works. Can't be mad, man. 100% over-engineered, though. Over-engineered? No, just oversized. A lot larger than it needs to be. And then we're slowly eating the copper. And we're also having the Pokeshell Fight Club. It's just not able to keep up. It's not able to keep up, man. We need one of these Pokeshells to lay an egg so that they start fighting. They're not fighting, though, dude. They are not. We want them to interact, do the stuff. Alright, I think this is not going to work the way I need it to. I might need to move this out. 1, 2, so it's here. We do a weird setup. I think we're gonna have to put a door here on automation. We'll have to see, though. I think we need to do something like that. All right. Did we make the Frost Burger? We made it. Who ate the Frost Burger, dude? That was supposed to be George's. Yeah, look at these guys eating Frost Burgers. Come on now. All right, we make another one. We have the lettuce. We're going to make 10 BBQs again, and then another bun. We need to save George, dude. He just needs one more food item. He's already eaten the pepper bread. Okay, pumping up the chlorine. So this is also done too. I do want to sweep out a bunch of the items here. This is going to be deodorizers. So we're doing a deodorizer to tame this to produce oxygen. All we have to do is power the deodorizers and it should work. The logic with this is simple. We have liquid on the mesh, and then the airflow holds the liquid up. Deodorizers could reach the airflow tile. And then that means we're able to just spawn oxygen on top of the deodorizers. So it empties the storage. We have 5, that's 500 grams of polluted oxygen per second. Because it's 100. This only generates 408. So once we're able to remove all the chlorine from here, we're going to let it rock. Okay, weird setup. We'll fix this proper. These two, I guess it's this style we'll bop. We'll let a little water spill. It's not a big deal. We need to put a door here. Automation is left side. Okay. That door might seem a little weird, but the logic is so that later on, once we have to build this tile, we're going to need a way to hold the water in here and still build this corner. But it's like, if I deconstruct this tile, all the water is going to spill out. So I just need to put a way to stop it and build diagonally. Because the water is going to fill right to left. So all the gas is going to get pushed out here. Once we get a little bit starting to spill, we could seal it and it will be full liquid. Liquid vent is being deconned. And then, yeah, we need to fill up the room. Oh, wait. I never built the rails. Alright, so this is going to go follow... Yeah. We would effectively just decon this. We do have to decon that. Okay. Speed this up. Batteries are looking good. We can make some more if we really want to. 99. And then we have power that we can consume at. Alright, there are a couple of things. Like, this transformer doesn't need to be there. I also want to redo this slightly so we get a better setup. Oh, that's probably the play. Yeah. That would be this tile then, huh? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Autosave lag. We're gonna build both of these. We're gonna remove the gas from this tile. But we're gonna need to have the watt plate so that we can remove this. And then we're gonna have to pump it from the inside. That's likely gonna be these tiles. And then I just want to make it so that we could pump it safely without filling everything up. So this is sealed, so it's not going to break. And we do this. Sweep out these items out. We're also going to want to probably build this tile space, even though it's not going to line up. We're probably still going to want it. So that we could move the suits a little bit closer. Two thick tiles for no reason. Waiting for the eggs to hatch or to be laid. That way they'll be able to do something with it. Making resin plastic. It's working pretty well. So we have free space here that we're not doing anything with. Okay, so one of the things I need to actually do is make a big hatch ranch area. Because we want to put the hatches into here. Right? So there's almost no space on the right side. We're probably going to have to build the hatch ranches over here. So I feel like that's not bad. Though I do want this as like a proper ladder path. And I want to kind of keep this unbothered. It's just not enough space here, right? This is 21. I guess we don't need full size. We don't need full size. So if we put doors here, 76 minus another 4, 72. 72 divided by 8. Because they are going to be, no, they're 12. That is 6. Okay, we do 6. And then we could pull this all the way across. And we're going to run it like that, so that the decor from the battery module is not going to be a thing. Do drip. Maybe we make some brackine. Start giving the dupe some brackine to drink. And then we get a proper room now. Oh, so this area is now chill. Nice. Just because we're no longer going to have the slugs hanging out. I probably do want to start relocating some of my hatch ranch stuff and start doing a proper setup here. So we'll probably want to line this up. And then line that up. You probably want to open this and ladder through. We have enough plastic to probably upgrade the other ladder. And we we will dig this out. We don't need anything up there. Just make it a separate room that you enter from the left side. Building wise, they don't need to be able to jump across. Okay. Stations. Grooming. Let's give them each a different design. So there's no decor penalty on this, so we're just going to put iron. We have 4 different grooming station designs, man. That's so good. This is minus decor. We'll use gold. Critter drop off is minus as well. We'll use gold. And then we're going to have to do shipping here. And then conveyor loaders. Okay, good stuff. This is going to need power, of course. Very clean connection setup. We could easily get power from here. And then we could seal that up properly. Here, here, here. Nice. We will open that up and bop that. We're going to be putting the hatch eggs in this area. Okay, Alveo Vera. How do we want to do this? Let's get a tile here because I feel like that makes sense. We do probably want to do this. And also get a fire pole here. So what we're going to actually do here, this is going to be base hatch. We get to evolve into sage, or we get to evolve into stone. If it's stone, we're going to move it back to a room. If it's sage, we have to evolve it. So we got to make an evolution chamber. And then we hold a portion of stone hatches here, and the rest of the stone hatches get moved into the vacuum box, and then they just start eating. That's going to be the play. All right, getting our hatches in soon. Everything's working pretty well. Chlorine. All right, this is adding in. We were not supposed to do it like that. All right, priority 9. Let's get that. Priority 9, and then afterwards, priority 7. We want to build everything down here first. Everything there got opened up, and that's actually to be expected. We need to unplug the power here so we can fill up the line, but we can wait for that. Doesn't really matter when we do that. They're going to be doing this endlessly, which is good. I got to wait for this to be built, though. This is kind of ready. Natty gas is done. Natty gas is done. Cool slush geyser is done. Salt water is done. Polluted water vent is done. This volcano almost done. We got to start getting our hatch ranch up. The gold, we're using it. We don't have enough slugs for that. We're probably going to have to do that next. This could be the copper slugs, and it's slowly whittling down our copper. I might want to get another breeding room, which wouldn't be bad. We just have to extend this going down. And then we could just have a bunch of slugs being ranched right here on the right side. It's not a bad idea. Get some of the digging started. All right, guys, I will have to take a quick break, stretch. I actually got to drop the kids off, so I got to step away. So guys, I will be right back. We're live. My kids are at the Super Bowl. I'm in. We're back, boys. I apologize. I had to poop, fam. Alright. Fill this out. That should be fine. We need to get this prioritized. We can start releasing the waters. We will have to sweep out all of this stuff. How is everything? This side is chill. We got some geysers to add on. Plastic ladders still being added. Everything in here is going to be moved out. Out of igneous. That's getting used up pretty well. No power here. Alright, stop siphoning. This is no power. Turbines are running. The AQs need a run, huh? Alright, looks like siphoning the power needs to be an emergency situation. Yeah, we need these items running on the rails, man. Okay, we're gonna have that connect. Remove this. That goes into here. Remove that. Move this down. And then we gotta seal this up. This is getting some power. We just need these rails to run. How come these rails, those transformers, are not getting prioritized? Oh, a little bit. Oh, we got some. There it is. Let this generate some power. We'll be back soon, boys. This is gonna be okay. Oh, man. Because of the lack of power, the igneous is coming out hot. That's bad. That's bad. We gotta let it just do the rail loop. We need to have power for that. Okay, how are we over here? That's ready. Start adding in the water. Okay, so this is cleaned up a little bit. The problem with this is that it's still a lot of water, right? So we have to just mop everything up. And then we have to move out the bottles and then refill it back up. Yeah. We'll do it, we'll do it. So this setup now is just gonna go here. Cut that rail. Remove this rail setup. Let's get the algae. Okay, so this is gonna be ready. Stone babies. 8 max, priority 9. This is gonna be igneous. Okay. We're gonna have to do this setup on this side. Fix that setup. So we are just going to have all the hatches here. So we'll do 2 traps. Because I don't want to filter. Maybe we do filter. Have all that combined. And then we do the specific hatch here. We technically don't need a shutoff. We're just gonna do element sensor. And then automate it. And then the rest of the stuff is on this side. That should be fine. I guess we will want to bop this, because we're going to have to dig all this and fix it. Probably remove this slowly. And then we want power there. Yeah. Probably going to be in this room. Makes a lot of sense. And still low on power. I guess it's the aqua tuner right here. Having to recool everything. You will get there eventually. Alright, so this area is going to be a small, quick pump. We're just going to put the pump right here. And then the power we'll just pull from a conductive wire. Let's get that dug out. Ooh, we can't really reach. We'll dig out as much as we can. So no magma being spilled. Dormant for how long? 5, 9, 3, 4. So it's gonna be active soon. We do have enough material. We just need the power. Any amount of power you generate feels like it's getting bopped. This is disabled. Oh, it's because of that line. Technically, yeah, I shouldn't be having that connected right now. And that might allow us to charge properly. Then last tile there. The items on the rail look fine. $124, that's pretty ideal. And then it's working again. Nice. Power seems better now. So that's going to be a little bit better. We're going to allow that to run out. No, it should be fine. We should have power. Come on, let him rip. AQ's OP, dude. Okay, we're gonna cut this again for safety. Some of them are still kind of hot, yeah. We just need the batteries to be able to store more power and we'll be fine. Okay, how are we at the bottom? This is blocked out. Oh my god, because of the gas. Of all things. There we go. Now it's able to fill up. This side, everything needs to be moved out. Chlorine is about done pumping. That's actually really good. That's actually really good. Let's mop up as much as we can. Allow the liquids to flow. Little bit of bleach stone on this side. That should be within range. And then we just need the last tile right there later. The sweeping is looking a lot cleaner. We could always climb back out. And we will want to refill this back up as well. Filling this up with liquid. The radiant pipe here is, yep. It's gonna need a little bit of love. Try to get that done. Let's pop one of these. Let's get a bridge in. This is salt water. Let him rip. Still have a lot of brine. We'll probably just add brine here. The other gases, though, it's going to be kind of annoying. Alright, we want to fill this up so it's a little bit better. You still need to actually build out these tiles. Battery on this is good. It's positive. Let's go. We could allow the stuff to leave now. This is going to be back to the nice warm temperatures. We got the super hot abyssalite that we're just going to move out. Okay, so we do want that built first before we start doing this. Should be all right. Did we finish the railing on this side? Yep, the hatches, they're hanging out. Let's get these up to priority. Now we just need a little bit of power over here. We might just pull it off of this line that's right here. Makes a lot of sense. This is at 560. This is at 960. Yep. That would probably be how we want to do it. Let's run this. And then that is this battery. It's going down. Activity 1.7, so we're fine. Everything is moved out. Everything is working. We're powering this copper still. Can't be mad. A lot of the items here are cleaned up and swept. A little bit of the surface we might want to deal with. Fishes be chilling. Eating the sea cone. Stone hatchet. There we go. And these are going to be eggs in general. Power lines coming in. We'll plug that in soon. We're going to disconnect George's house at some point. Oh, did we ever give them the sandwich? We never gave him the sandwich. Are we eating the sandwich? We should not be eating the sandwich. Dude, where's my sandwich? Lettuce, natty gas. We need to make frost bun. And then we gotta make BBQ. Someone keeps eating my sandwiches, man. This is not cool. Someone's sniping my sandwiches. I believe. Okay. So this will be extra eggs. And then we will do... I guess I do want the shut off. Technically, yeah. Now that I think about it, it would be better with it. And then we probably start railing it out. Yeah. here to here, like that, like that. Then all we do is you run a second sensor here. Like this. Deconstruct the automation there. Run that down, run that across. Element sensor. And then everything else just gets dropped off there. This will be hatch. No limit. Oh, we gotta activate this so that we could actually start using it. Classic. Let's get that in, get that decon. Preparing to melt my rocket using state change method. I got a bigger problem. I can't decide what to put in there after I do it. You know what's pretty popular when it comes to that? People put a spawn inside. Funny enough. That's one of the popular things people put inside. They put in a spawn. And then they just carry 5 tons of water. So it's like, for any rocket mission, you will always have enough oxygen. Now, you don't have to do that. That's pretty good. Another one is people would put wild planted food so that they don't have to worry about food either. But yeah, since you're going to be using that to travel, you want to be able to provide both the calories and the oxygen. So, of course, that usually means fit in a steam turbine aqua tuner inside, get your spawn with the water, you know? Fun stuff as always. But that would be what we would consider the classic. I've always used my rocket's massive amounts of algae or oxalite. Yeah, that's fair. It's still a good method. That's still a good method. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just that if you're going to melt your rocket, you usually want to be able to have it so that you just keep traveling. Like, instead of going from here to here and back, you could literally go from here to here and just keep moving. Of course, that's going to depend on the type of engine you use on that. Very popularly, you do something like steam. Just because you're going to be able to get water or store water on you, and you don't need oxalite material. You could always do other stuff like petroleum too. But yeah, the advanced ones like hydrogen or radbolt, it's a little bit tough to recharge on other planets. They are kind of weak. They only go 10 tiles out. But they provide power from the engine launching. And you don't need an oxidizer. So that means that you don't need to make oxalite or liquid oxygen or fertilizer to add in. The rocket just works with just steam. And you could technically do a setup where you take the gas output right here and put your steam turbine aqua tuner on top so that you could take the hot steam in the room and just pump it out. Right? That way you'd be able to just generate steam on demand as long as you have water inside. And then you could always get water on the different planets. That's typically one of the more common resources to have. You could also put an infinite water box inside. Yeah, O2 and gas cargo is really solid too. I would do that as well. Alright, this looks like this is slow. But he's looking for something to do now that he's melted his spacefarer. You know, man, he got the goods. So while we are getting power, I guess the 460 is because we're not able to cool the steam. You can want to support it 8 dupes and it's possible. The only thing you really need is to be able to make enough water. You could also do the suit glitch, where you allow the dupes to only wear suits, and then they just don't take any oxygen out. They just move slower. But yeah, man, technically you have options. They do. That is the downside. That is the downside. They become the saddest of pandas. Alright, we're just gonna have to keep the polluted oxygen inside. It's unfortunate. Okay. Looks like there's nothing to move the chlorine into. Trace amounts of chlorine. We don't really need to keep pumping this, I guess. This is pretty much okay for me to just let free, because you have chlorine outside that we're gonna have to take care of later. That's probably fine. All right, that's sealed up. We got the tile there. So in theory, this is ready. No, we just gotta add more water here. But this part is technically done. We have to just keep this in polluted oxygen, unfortunately. So we're gonna decon this tile and then rebuild it, and that should push out the items. That should push the CO2 in, and then I'd be able to delete the CO2 and clean up the room a little bit. There we go. So the CO2 is getting bullied, and then we just delete it. Just add in more brine right here we get from the pitcher pump. Cold water is warming up. Tiles have cooled down slightly. Alright, so this is dew drips. Oh, we could do pinch pepper nuts to brachy. We could do this, why not? Yeah, I guess it's fine. I think of putting ethanol distillery in there once I do a test run of my secondary planet. Dude. It's a lot of CO2, man. It's a lot of CO2. It doesn't pressurize, so it's not that big of a deal in that sense, but it's a lot of CO2. Is it worth? It's pretty good though. No, we count both. Green signal if it's below 16. Feed to molten slicksters. Are you gonna heat up? Critters don't die in high pressurize. It's just that the ethanol is not gonna make CO2 hot enough. That's the big problem with feeding slicksters a lot of times. They're not actually going to have, because you needed to have it above 60 Celsius. Otherwise, they become long hairs. So you're gonna need a way to heat up the CO2. All right, clean. Sealed box, aqua tuner loop. Oh no, it pushed in the igneous on the inside. Ultimate rude. All right, we're gonna have to diagonally sweep it from like the bottom corner right here. Well, that's fun. All right, we still gotta fill this up. Brine, auto bottle enable, just gotta wait. Okay. Battery is a lot better here now. We're able to just pull everything out as needed. Everything should be getting pulled down. This is cold again. We should be good. We just gotta wait. All right, this part. This part's gonna be fun. All right, we're gonna have to lock a dupe inside. Yeah, I don't like how it's like. It's the window for the slicksters to become long hair sucks, man. All right, this guy is stuck. Why? Because we're waiting for this pump to pump out. He's happy though. We just got to maintain the vacuum. Gotta go. See you next time. Have a good one, Red Wreath. Wrestle Red ZZ. And of course, be good, stay safe out there, man. Hope you have a good one. Have a nice weekend, dude. Nice. He's free now. You get to leave, buddy. And there we go. And he goes back in. He's not afraid. He enjoys his time inside the vacuum. Did we make the burger? We did! We made the burger, George! Time to get you your burger, buddy. I've run through the ethanol calculation so many times in my head, it still confuses me a little. You get a lot of pea dirt. You get a lot of CO2. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Alright, so we're going to have our hatches here soon. I think that means we get rid of these guys. And we're just going to let these guys hang out. We will wrangle them so that they get moved to the right spots. Hatches will be in here waiting to collect critter species, data. I want to use the CO2 and pea dirt so bad, but it's almost impossible. Nothing eats that much. Dude, have you seen my bees? We're feeding them a steady full pipeline, and they outperform it, dude. This is high pressure, so this is 20 kilograms. Dude, we're not even getting close. These bees. And then pea dirt. Pea dirt. You could technically use pea dirt as oxygen source. You just got to do this build. You see this? This is polluted oxygen right here. You could substitute the bottom half with a sublimation station, right? And then you produce the polluted oxygen here. The airflow on top, there's a layer of oil. This prevents anyone from consuming polluted oxygen accidentally, as the liquid prevents it, and then the deodorizers deodorize the polluted oxygen from across the oil. The thing is that they spawn the oxygen on the building itself, and it's just within range of pickup. So by doing that, you have a clean filter. And that way you could use the pea dirt as an oxygen source. The only problem is that one ethanol distiller does not produce enough. You don't produce enough pea dirt by itself for that to actually like provide enough for a colony of 8. That would be the one thing you'd be like, oh man, okay. That kind of sucks, but hey, at least it works. But yeah, pulls it over the gap, dude. It's good times. Alright, I'm starting to consider an area here just to pump up CO2. I'm considering that, man. Lowering this. And then we allow the CO2 pump right here and then make all this airflow. And then we could manage the CO2 a lot better this way. I think I will want to do that. Alright, the slug expansion we will do at some point. The brine is starting to add... Oh, no, it's not enough. It's just during the spill, it looks like it's filling up the tile. This is at 43. It's doing all right. We just want to be able to sweep out the item across diagonally. No weird bridge shenanigans that I could tell. We're just waiting to get this filled up so we could actually start running a chill line. What might actually be happening is the water here is warming up the aqua tuner and making it so that it can't actually reach the target temperature because it's cooling down the area. It is what it is. Okay, so this is about ready. Let's bop this. One last time. No power. This is active, right? It's gonna erupt in 10 cycles. Come on. It's taking so much time. All right, we're gonna have to turn on that bridge again because this side is doing pretty well. And then we're still looping at the bottom. $130, $130. That's fine. This is still positive on the power. It's really all that matters. All right, so this side's cleaned up. We could start cleaning this up then. Let's do a little bit of sweeping right here. We're gonna dig that, sweep that. And then we want to build out some tiles here. Dude, so many slugs. Dude, it's at a point where I'm actually thinking we could just feed these guys. Like, we're trying to trim down the numbers for critter count. I'm like, dude, we should just take them out, man. Feed them some metal. Maybe we will. That's a lot of slugs, right? I think we have high chance of smogs. Yeah, we're an unbreathable gas. So we're not getting a lot of regular slugs. I think we just kind of have to feed these guys. I forgot that's actually how we get a lot of smog slugs. Unfortunately. These guys have 100% chance of laying plug slug eggs. Haha. Man, I don't want to deal with the H2 from that, though. We're just going to feed these guys as well. Nah, we'll just do the single one. Nah, man, that's the only thing that eats metal. So that's the only way we deal with the consumption. We need something to eat the metal so that we could say we beat it. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so this is about done. We don't need to run this yet, but I guess we could. Okay, we get a bit off the wire. Start deodorizing. Might as well. I might actually want to start doing salt crushing. Haven't checked if Bammets can sustainably feed a plug slug ranch or hatch yet. Feeding hatches? I don't know, man. The biggest thing about Bammets is that they're hot. I think they're like walking 75 degrees. Like they're just naturally really hot. You could try. I haven't looked into that myself. Let me know how that works out, man. I gotta know the stats. Still waiting on the brine right there. Yeah, it comes in at 26, comes back in at 40. That's exactly 14 degrees. Once we seal it up, though, I think it's going to work well. We just got to fill it up, seal it up, so that it doesn't actually have to interact with the ambient temperature. Okay, clean this up. Got a regal Bammit. Okay. Yeah, that guy just gives you a crown. The crown's pretty cool, I guess. Put in AQ. You always got to put in the AQ, man. In the Aqua Tuner we trust. This might spill some of the water. So far, so good. Fuel's being made. Free power there. This is running heavy, which is fine. This is charging. This is looking good still. We're still sweeping a lot of hot debris. This gas line's working. Dude, they're eating the coppers. Let's bump this up to a 7. Okay, so what are we needing to do now? I guess we're finishing the hatch ranch setup. This is somewhat ready. We're just waiting for everything to be wrangled and relocated. Stone hatch babies. A lot of entry points. Should be fine. I'm wondering why they didn't move any of these guys. Alright, either way. We gotta remove the waters here as much as we can. Trim this, get a platform here so we could actually start doing something with this. Because we will want to get Critter Trap inside. I guess that means we would naturally want the evolution chamber on this side. Feels bad, man. We gotta have it, though. Yeah, and then I probably have this connect this one. Pull out the platform, get that looking good. Get the other res. 800. It's taking some time. It's getting there, though. Okay. Let's remove that. Let the water spill. We're going to move more ice here. And then technically we should just dig down this area. Like, I'm not sure what else we need this area for. We're just gonna start digging a lot of this. I do want to have a lot of the water spill off too, so it doesn't spill into here. So let's drain off the top, drain this off, spill that out. We do want to open that, but it's below, so it's not a big deal. And then maybe here. Oh, we can't reach. Oh, we can't reach that in general. I think we reach there, though. Splash. Getting the digs. Wow, they're wrangling, but not moving, even though this is priority 9. I might not have enough ranchers. Oh, no way. Did the food rot? No way. Did the burger rot? George didn't get his food. Dude, George never got his food. Dude. This is like the 5th time we're making the burger. There's too many dig commands in the rust biome. Nah, we good, we good. We good, we good. Alright, trace amounts of CO2 because of how this is working. And then that kind of means I do it like this. We need the bees to consume more. Are we actually out of carbon dioxide now, man? We might be, man. That's actually kind of crazy. Nope, there is a spill. Good thing we caught that. Clean that up, clean that up. Wattage is fine. This is okay. Battery here is good. Nice. All right, so evolution chamber time. We're gonna do drop off. We have the top open to do that. And then we might make another ranching area. Or maybe just a random room. I'm not sure what we do there yet. Dude, yeah, compost dirt is hot, man. You gotta watch out for that. I actually avoid composting a lot of times because of how hot it is. And I just put my pea dirt in the water so that it just doesn't off gas and we're moving it somewhere. You only really want to compost if you need to. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, it's a learning experience. You are now more well learned. You will do better next time, man. Let's go. Stone eggs. We don't need to run this anymore. So I can do without dirt for farms? No, if you need it, you gotta do it, right? It's just that if I look at my amount of dirt I have and I'm okay without it, I usually just skip the dirt. Like from composting, one less job to do. It feels a lot easier when you don't actually have to do it, to be honest. But if you need it for farms, man, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Usually, I'll use dirt as a sign of either A, having to upgrade my bathroom, so I stop using dirt at the porta potties, or B, start ranching if my farms need the dirt. Right? Because if you don't upgrade your outhouse, you're probably spending a lot of dirt there. Finding other sources of dirt. Yeah, gotta do the pip farming. Gotta do the pip farming, man. Okay, we're still waiting for that to be built. 1100, we're almost there, boys. Almost done composting and doing the setups. This is getting cooler than the outside by a decent amount. Curative tablets. Man, look at this. They are eating the coppers. They're really eating all the coppers right now, man. This is just gonna end up being a room filled with feeders with copper in it. I feel like there's nothing much I could really do about that, man. Dupes didn't get stuck. Let's go. Nothing's inside. We could open this. So we're going to do that just so that we could start pumping a little bit easier for the this area right there. We'll also be able to probably do like a filter setup, mechanical filter style. That way we could get all the CO2 on the CO2 line and not really have to think about it. Because it is a lot of CO2 we're burning through. Dump a couple of the smug slugs to the plug slugs. Eventually, everything is going to become a smog slug. Realistically. Put some gas pipes for H2. The thing is that I don't want to have to use the H2. I really don't. I really don't. I might need to, dude. Because it's 100% chance. That's the thing. It's like I'm just creating a heat source at this point. Right? That's all it is just making a heat source. Like, what am I doing with the hydrogen? I'm just letting it run. Like, oh, okay. I mean, technically, I guess it's fine. I would probably even put it, like, over here. Let's put it with the heavy watt on top of the natty gas. Maybe I do. Because I eventually will probably need to do it anyways. We'll make some hydrogen gen in this area. Can we do 2? That's going to be the setup, right? Just burn off with 2. 1, 2. Perfect. And then all we're going to need is a joint plate somewhere. Alright, we'll be setting that up soon. I want to mop it up before I get into trouble. There it is. This is what we were looking for. A little bit of spillage so the gas is clean, and then we just seal it up. That's ideally what we kind of want. Oh, come on, this is 1? What a sham. Alright, cleaned up. Let's get the airflows here. Let's do our gas res. We know that this is going to be coming down to here. And then we need to do a mechanical filter. Doesn't really matter how we add it in. Wait, that's the wrong valve. Gas shut off. Can we do a basic mechanical filter like this? This works, right? Oh, this is the wrong one. Oops. Is valve I need. There we go. Yeah, you're right. That was with power. It was not supposed to be. And then we're going to want gas element sensor. We're going to run it at height. And then this needs to go down to 1. We're just going to run it off the suit line. This is gone. Oh, this is wrong. Wait, no, that could work, I guess. Put a mesh tile there. You would want to automate everything, I know, right? It's kind of what we're doing right now, though. Yeah, there are some things that requires the dupes, like brushing the animals, petting the dogs. You know what we gotta do? We gotta pet the doggos. Nice. So now this is finally starting to cool down because this is boxed up now and it's only leaking heat on this side. Okay, let's get some more temp shift plates. We're gonna need to probably do the same thing here. Gas res. Have the CO2 line come out, probably connect to here. Come out, come down, go in. Oh, we gotta mop this up too. Let's get the gens that we want. We'll make this out of steel because we can. And then these are just gonna combine and always be running. So many sponge slugs, yeah, man. Oh, they're finally fighting. Dude, they beat up the Poke Shells. No way, man. They beat up the Poke Shells. No way, dude. Bring them in, boys. They took so much damage. They would. It's just that Poke Shells have really good stats. They got the crab hammer, dude. That stuff hurts. Yeah, all critters fight back. It's just that they usually all lose to the Poke. Take revenge, buddy. Turn on the aggro. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's taking damage. 2 damage. Take him out, Pokey. You could do this, buddy. Feels bad, man. Alright, we're gonna take the snack fruit. Can't imagine Pips fighting. Dude, they will hug you to death. They will, dude. You ever watch those isekai animes? And it's like one of the female characters are like super strength. That's how it is, man. You get hugged to death. They're like, oh, hey, a hug. Not knowing their own strength, and you start taking damage. Let's relocate the stone egg to here. We only have 2. Alright, we got this Pokey, he's chilling. Dude, 5 HP. He's in the wrong neighborhood, dude. I want to see, like, kill count on the critters, man. Sometimes I'm curious. I want to see how many bodies this Pokeshell has. Oh, and he's dead. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. Pokeshell's getting beat up, man. Feels bad. Alright, so we're not going to need this pump in here. Just going to remove that. We could use some more consumers here. We'll fix that soon. I'm thinking about moving the science buildings over to here. Or maybe what makes more sense is moving this to there. That probably makes a lot more sense. And then these critters we're gonna have to free somehow. We gotta open the bottom door. Let's move in the building of the 2x2 space here. We'll get some nice furniture. It's not bad. The spawn room is a science room. We want that to be all clean, white. And then might as well open the top. This is gonna be copy paste. This is gonna be databanks. We're gonna bop the building, bop the extra wires. Pretty good. 1860. Carbon dioxide. Max capacity. We want the second one here. Just in case we can't keep up with the pumpage. I think I did this wrong. Yeah, I think I did this wrong. So what we want to actually have happen is we want this to be here. Run that. Chop this. Run this to the right. We want to chop that. Run this down, and then we want to overflow this way. So yeah, it was a weird setup. Yeah, So the reason why we would do it like that is because we want to hold the non-CO2 and just pump the rest out. And then once it's built, we can clean it up, start getting it done, and we just let it run. This is kind of thin. The puff room is empty, so we probably want to start removing this. Let's prioritize the critter trap. Put it at 8 and not 7. Okay, we'll wait for the autosave lag. Actually, let's check on the bottom. $400. Okay. Still waiting for that to fill up. All right. So this part I need to do cut power. We got the loop. There we go. We get the 1 gram loop. Perfect. This looks like a grand travesty, but it works. This looks like a grand travesty, but it works. Okay, pitcher pump the water out. Oh yeah, I never finished my evolution chamber. You slugs don't drown, by the way, if you didn't know that. Slugs don't drown, by the way. I just have to point that out. They could swim. They got the ability to do the big swimmage. So that is one thing about that do be like that sometimes. Did you know that the slugs love rat poison? Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. I see you, tacos. Welcome in. Alright, we gotta push out the liquids. We gotta get a wall right here so we get the ladder going down to the ground level. At least that's what I want. Okay, too much. Let's get a bottle of water. I didn't know that, man. Then again, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. So maybe it really do make a lot of sense. Oh yeah, it's not 8. They're gonna be crowded. It's 6. Okay, let's wrangle 2 of them. Alright, so this is just always pumping now. We're able to deal with the gas flow. This is still pretty bad. That's tough, man. I don't know anything about slugs. That's a tough question. I have no prior experience. That's the thing. Do they do the thinking? Like, who really knows, man? Wait. I randomly got a layer of water here. How? How am I getting random water inside? This is what broke my build. This has to be what broke my build. How am I getting water inside? This did not have water inside. It was 2 layers of polluted oxygen, and then I just had brine. It's a closed box. No pipeline damage. Incomplete. That was from me using a bottle drainer to fill it up initially, so it's nothing to do with it. The temperature of the liquid is at 30 degrees. We have an aqua tuner, so that was what was bopping my build. The rail does not run inside anymore, so it can't be a rail heating issue. Is it really this tile? It's grams of water. 16 times... Looking at the mass, it spawned on this left side. So it has to be this tile boiling the water. Dude, it's insulated. I get it though, it's at 102, but still. Yo man, that's illegal. What the hell? Alright man, we're gonna go in and put a tile there. So that we do tile too thick. That's the thing about insulated tiles. No matter what you do, if the tiles are hot, it looks like it eventually will do the abyssalite thing. Where the abyssalite doesn't want to cool down. And as a result, you have to put a tile on top to stop it from having that weird interaction. Dude, so that's not a abyssalite unique thing, huh? Feels bad, man. It really do be just randomly boiling sometimes. 640. Alright, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna wanna relocate this resource. Build this back. And then we're gonna relocate that as well. So that's gonna heat up the area again. Pick up the item. Nice. Pick up the item. Nice. Alright. Reseal time. Clean, polluted. Oh, come on. Someone build this. What are we doing over here, man? $700 new printables. Oh, I probably messed up, didn't I? Oh yeah, and the ice. This is probably mad broke. Yep. Messed up. I forgot about that. No. Alright, we're gonna have to fix that. I forgot about that completely. No, did we give George's burger? No, dude, who's eating the burger? Dude, we're making it, man. We're trying to make this. No one's allowed to eat the burger. Literally not allowed. What is happening to this burger, dude? Is George eating the burger and lying to us? Yeah, man, I didn't get no burger today. Oh, there's a critter. That's only a hatch. Hatches are the only thing that does that. We got the stealth hatch barreled in the tiles. All right, we're gonna make another burger, dude. God damn it, dude. Yeah, man, I don't know. Maybe the hatches have, you know, they're working with the Flightos and the Roombas. Feels bad, dude. Somehow, some way. I know, man. We're gonna have to watch them make the burger. We might actually, dude. The problem is that we're gonna have to wait for something to evolve so that we could get the barbecue. Yeah, that's the last thing we need, the BBQ. All right, man. We're gonna have to bop some slugs. Hey, man. Nothing wrong with a little bit of doo-doo. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right. Couple slugs down. New species scan hatches. That's Critter Flux. Let's go. Bump the trap. We're gonna change the material type to uranium. Let's go. Let's actually prioritize that. Okay. We gotta move in another critter. We're probably gonna do one of the baby lums or something. Oh, we can do the pokey technically. You got this, Bionicle. And he gave up. Man. Oh, there it is. Trapped. And now he's trapped from outer space. There's the burger. Hit the burger button. I see the burger, dude. Come on now. We could make berry sludge. Where were we getting bristleberries at? I mean, berry sludge is cool, I guess. Give him the burger. See, it's a robotic dupe, so he's not gonna eat it while he's delivering the food. Classic dupe shenanigans. It's the Uber Eats guy that eats your food while waiting for you to pick it up. There it is. George is in. Welcome to the colony, George. Hey. All right, let's move you inside. George is in. Let's look at his stats. Build, operating, tidying. Dude, he's a narcoleptic dupe. He is really good, actually. Holy crap. George, where you is, you're gonna be the build supply. Classic setup, boys. No farming. No operating. Build supply, baby. No digging. He's fine. He's George, man. We can live with that. Him being a little bit narcoleptic. He just wanted more of the burgers. We actually had to watch him, dude. That was a sad thing. Alright, I forgot we have a lot of meat right here. We just have a lot of meat. I hope they don't get wrecked by the critters. Take them out, boys. We're just going to be doing a little bit of lag situations. Tough meat? Are we making brisket? We should not be making brisket. Oh yeah, we can move a flocks there. Alright, this Pokey's gonna be... Go back into the fight club. By the way, it is possible to scan his perks. Scan his perks? What? What does that mean? This is a 6. We're gonna put the hatches. We'll keep the stone babies though. Scam. Save scam. Oh no, yeah. You could do that with George. You could do that with the frozen friend. Yeah. I saw one of the speed runs. That's what they did. They run a save scan for George. Save's coming for George, man. Dude, they really gonna fight the Rexes right now? Dude, they have so much hit points. Dude, everyone's hurt, dude. Everyone's hurt. Pokey shells are in. Let's go. We got the flocks inside. Let's move in the Dartle. Oh, they moved in another hatch. Gosh darn it. Or was that the same hatch from before? Okay. 999. We are effectively done. Okay, so now we do the door close. We remove this tile. We remove this tile. This might do a little bit of pressure damage. So priority 9. And then we build this there. And then we effectively have this rebuilt and done. All we gotta do is corner build this. Pipelines are done now. We're not gonna need the bottle drainers here. Nice, the door's done. Nice. Good stuff. Little bit of AQ power. Little lacking. That's to be expected. Okay. And then we could rerun this with some hot iron. 70 degrees. Comes out at around 30. That's very solid. And then we can let this run for more power. Hopefully that's enough power for the AQ to keep running. Okay. Might as well allow the other wheels to run. Oh man, the CO2 is about ready to dump. That's so nice. That means we have no more CO2 anywhere. That's so crazy. This is done. Auto pumping. A little bit of oxygen. Dude, now this is clean now. Nice, nice. The bees want more CO2. We might as well start pumping all the CO2 from here. All right, and we will have to do something weird here. We're going to put a canister emptier with oxygen. And we'll eventually have smog slugs here. So we could do a mix of plug and smog, because we'll eventually only have smog. That being said, they're already pumping up all the hydrogen. So this is cleaned up. We're going to run a joint plate to the bottom. Have that connect. No automation, and then we're just going to get a pipeline. And then we're just going to feed it in from the slugs. Might as well. Okay. There we go. Get the bridge. All right, so eventually we're probably just going to add our hydrogen tamers into this and just burn it off. And then it's, again, just going to be free power. Good stuff, good stuff. We clean this up now, clean that up now. Okay. 6, 6, 2, 1. We have 4 stone hatch eggs inside. Okay. Hatches and sage hatches get put into here. We lost the dartle. We got to move in the flocks, though, to get number 3. Basically, if we do get a hatch, we wanted to have a chance of evolving into a stone hatch. If we do get that, it becomes a reload right here. Okay, we still want to push out the liquids here. We're still trying to pump up the waters here as well. CO2 finally got consumed. That's so nice. This is done. Dude, look at that. Clean. None of the gas inside anymore. And then we just got pockets of oxygen. Let's go. This nice little filter design. Dig out the area. This is just us waiting to cool this down a little bit. This is effectively done though. There's a little bit of pocket space here that we could have utilized, but we opted not to. This is warm, but I think eventually it's going to cool down. That's going to be the ultimate test. If we end up getting water in here, we're going to know why. It's likely going to be from the hot insulated. Dude, that's rough that that's what happens. A little unfortunate. A lot of hot water down here that will likely want to pop soon. So that we're going to let this pump again. Because we're going to just remelt a lot of ice. So we want a lot of the water to just siphon out from here. Okay. So we do have some other volcanoes and geysers. This is done. We're going to start releasing oxygen here. We need to get the hydrogen from the sponge slugs pumped out. And then this is good. We have that set up. We're going to probably want to scale up the plug slugs. And then I do want to get this started. New species scan. Let's go. Alright, let's dig that out. And I guess for now, we're just going to run the rail like this. Just so that we can start dumping our stone hatch eggs. How many volcanoes left to tame? 2 down here. We have a gold volcano over here. And then we have 2 up here and an iron volcano. We haven't dealt with the meteor yet, man. But almost everything else is done. We could just start making pepper bread, just because we have it. Alright, we're gonna allow them to eat that, though. It is allowed, okay. Pepper bread, let's go. Start getting some good foods to eat. Flocks hatch, okay. So now we just gotta mop this up. Here, here, here. How do we want to do the lums? The lums are eating the overgrowth from here, and otherwise they're at a balance point. Realistically, we could just sweep the eggs from here to here. Or do like a separated small room. What is the wheezewort? So the smokers generate a lot of heat. The wheezewort balances it out. Right, you can see the kitchen area always gets hot with the buildings always cooking. Especially the smokers are pretty hot. So the wheezewort, literally, I could reach the fertilize from below. Right, this is within range. So we fertilize from under, and then the wheezewort chills the hydrogen. And then the metal tiles for contact. Well, really, the metal tiles is to prevent the radiation from shining. It goes from 245 to 38. Yeah, it's lazy cooling. The only thing that it requires is phosphorite that we get from these guys. What about radiators? What about radiators? The radiation? Yeah, we're using lead because lead has one of the higher radiation shield values in the game. So it allows us to not get radiation sickness. Awesome, didn't know that. Yeah, just trying to make sure we balance out the cooling in that area. Pepper bread, let's go. We're finally using the pinch of pepper nuts. We don't want to make mush bars. We have tofu. Oh, we have nosh beans. Yeah, we're probably not going to cook that. Berry sludge is interesting. We don't actually grow bristle blossoms in this game right now. And then we'll eventually get to move all the hatches. We just got to let them kind of work out a little bit. Move them. This Phlox is kind of lost. He's wild though. We'll let him hang out. Okay, we got to connect the rail here. Okay, so these two, this is easy tame. We're just going to feed that to the bees. Very easily. That we have a lot of CO2 right now. And it's almost all eaten up. That's a crazy thing. Yeah, we need CO2, but it's almost like consumed. That's kind of impressive. No, tacos. What kind of poll suggestion is this? Not like this, man. Not like this. That's chilling. Are we really doing this poll, dude? Alright, man, we gotta do it. Guys, we have a poll going on. Gosh darn it. I can't believe we're doing this poll. No, it did do the thing. Y'all see this? It did do the thing. It boiled the water. It is the hot insulated tiles. No, dude. That's tough. We're just gonna have to leave that there. Man, that sucks. Hot biome sucks. Okay, so it looks like a lot of water just getting held up. Man, I can't believe that broke again. Run from it, dread from it. The Iron Tamer is breaking every day of the week. Alright, alright. I do need to start making some better bathrooms. We're going to move the triage cots down. This is likely going to be a bedroom. And then we're going to redo some of the bedrooms right now. Oh, there's no copy setting here. That sucks. Do some sweepage. This is space that we could technically use for random stuff. Alright, it's time to make a bedroom. We're gonna redo some of the bedroom and start moving some of the folks. Just a lot of jobs right now, I suppose. I'm considering moving out the slicksters in the random environment just so that they could just evolve to long hairs and just consume the oxygen. I'm thinking, man, that's not a bad idea. One yes, one no. I see you guys over there. It's fine to have that. It's just that there's no merit to having a nice looking bedroom in the beginning. Like, you get a little bit of morale boost, but it's really unnecessary. So as a result, it's not something I typically do a lot of. Eventually, it's like, okay, it'd be cool to get something like that. We got some new blueprints. I mean, drywall, right? What can we do with this? Honestly, there's not much. We're going to do thick stripes of green. Now we'll do yellow. Where's fresh white? I lost that. Oh, this is the wrong drywall color. Feels bad. We have a lot of feathers. So this is gonna be fine. Technically, this is the wrong drywall color. Yep, LLG's right, man. LLG's right. We got the thick stripes, so let's go. I always do that. It's not always the play, right? I'm discovering rushing skill points is kind of useless for me because I progress so slowly. Unless you allocate all your skill points, who cares about morale? Yeah, that's the thing. So a lot of times, I don't spend my skill points. I almost never do. I only do it if I need the skill. So it's like if you need to grab ranching, for example, you invest that immediately. But after you grab that, your rancher's ranching, you know? You don't really need any other skill. The only thing you might want is this one right here, carrying capacity. Plus 18. All right, we're gonna get some paintings for them. Yeah, they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it. The boops are gonna get their own beds. How are we gonna want to do it though? We also want to bop these. Well, let's do buildings here. How to save lag. So far, so good. You pick. I see you over there, man. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Oh, I don't have auto bottle on. That's why. Need the auto bottle, so we automatically take it out. There we go. We're gonna need to do a setup here. I might want to move the triage cots, but it's like once we have the cold metal tiles here, I was like, you know what? Make that into like a temporary hospital is not a bad idea. I do want to move some of the dupes now, though. One, two, three, four. 4 times 4 is 16. That's not enough bedrooms. We're probably gonna need to add a bedroom over here. Maybe that's where the radiation is, though. I don't want to put it here. I guess we could have moved all this stuff down a layer and then move the batteries up to like here instead, next to the triage cots. And then we get another bedroom right there. That's not bad. Getting another bedroom right here. It's gonna be a lot to move though. Dupes are taking their sweet time. It's probably worth though. All right, so let's go 1, 2, 3. And we'll move some of the stuff. Okay, get that in. We'll move some of the resin stuff to the bottom. These are all powerless, so it should be fine. I never redid the power lines. Oh, this is just to clean it up a little bit. Oh, the new Terraria update? Yeah, man. Oni's gonna get one of those Terraria updates. It's gonna be cool when it comes out. In time, though, in time. Skyblock seed added. Yo, Skyblock in Terraria? I don't even know how that works. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. And then we just gotta start dumping the liquids. Alveol Vera? Sure. We'll bop for the dupes there so they can move to the new beds. Most of what you would think, just some items are changed, makes progression possible, and some things drop from bosses now. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not bad. That sounds pretty nice. A lot of that makes sense. Alright, so we get the full bottle dropped off now. And then we just want to empty this a couple times. Same thing here. And then we should be able to bop everything here. Buildings, pipelines. There's no power here. And then we're gonna get the bedrooms in. 2 people move, but not everybody. We gotta sweep all these items. Nat Masters over here. There we go. Dry walls. I guess this could be all boops. We'll give them the boop background. Then we gotta give them the furniture. Cool beans, cool beans. I'm trying to get sand, but it seems like the only way to get it is from a drop from a mimic, and it lets me turn obsidian to sand or convert bottles to glass. Get bottles from potions. Okay. Man, I've never played Terraria, man. I feel like I should check out that game. I think we have to change this up right here. Wouldn't be a bad idea, though. Wouldn't be bad, wouldn't be bad. Okay, this should help us out. That way we could get rid of this canister filler there. We might always want hydrogen somewhere. So we're going to want to check that out. These should be boops. All the boops should be together so they don't keep anyone up at night. Classic, classic. Another bedroom here. Just gonna be doing the normal beds. This one will give them the normal stuff, huh? Let's do the new neutronium stuff. Okay, of course, we're gonna need more stuff here. We're gonna do the fancy fossil block hanging from the ceiling. Single picture in the middle. Bop that bed. Get the last comfy bed right there. Finally time to get some upgrades, man. Sweep the shale. We could bop the rail line right there now. Looks like we're burning off all the hydrogen immediately, which is kind of nice. Once we start getting smog slugs, we're gonna start moving that in. Alright, we could uncheck this now. There's enough oxygen here, I think. We're just gonna have the smogs pump it out once that's ready. These guys are getting their coppers. And it's gone down to 48, so we are going through it. We are going through it. Nothing bad so far. What is this? Oh, phosphorite for the Wheezewort. Haha. We realistically don't need that anymore. And this is databanks. Yeah, we have another one already. Do we have any other? Let's get the tortoise. Where did dupes take swept debris? Right here. We have an infinite pressure setup. Infinite storage setup. I'm sorry. All of my items are on that single tile. And the only sweep to this, because it's sweep only, that means if I have idle dupes, so I just sweep part of the map. And then if I need to clean it up, I don't need to think about it. They just sweep it. Good news with that is it's automatic. They always will sweep to here. That means when you grab items, you're going to be grabbing it from there as well. The doors are to prevent the dupes from hitting the decor penalty. You see that minus 1,000? That's because I have all the items on the single tile. So you make it so that you can't walk on the doors, so no one ever goes through this. Yeah. So that way they have to be on the ladder to pick up the item or from up top. That way they never get hit by the minus 1,000 of ugliness. It's the strats, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Hey, man. Zerwick's gonna get a tombstone one of these days. We could actually make him one, like, right now. We could just give him a tombstone. Here lies Zerwick. We'll give him the baller setup. Actually, yeah. We'll wait. Wow, it's gross in here. Hey, man. That's why we locked the doors. What do you mean? That's the entire reason why we locked the doors. It's not my fault, man. Alright, amber resin and then brackine for drinking. Okay. This just feeds in if we need it. Get rid of that. Ladders. Okay. Alright, one thing I'm thinking about doing is... I mean, what else will we put here? I easily could put this on that other line. 1600. But then it's like, that's for this line anyways. So it's like, yeah. We should just put this here. And just change up a little bit of the piping scheme. Run that there. This goes up still. We would still need this. And then run that down. Okay. We would do conductive wire here. And then change these to conductive. And then we'll probably use a separate line for that side. Okay, we can lock the doors. Build this a little bit more proper. 4 suits is pretty fair. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Move these guys down. We will still need to get another bedroom. That's the thing that kind of sucks. We still need another bedroom. Bop the plants and finally get off of the farming. Finally stop farming, boys. It might actually be time. Okay. Copper is here. I am considering running the copper all the way into my base. That probably makes the most sense. Yeah, and just drop it off on my infinite storage. I might even want to do igneous on the same setup. We have so much igneous here, so when they use it, it's all right there. It's kind of far. Considering it. Okay, we're finally getting some decent looking rooms, man. Slowly but surely. Alright, we were potentially gonna have this be a large room. 88 tiles, not bad. Let's run... water cooler, let's go. the redone line. Okay, so we do get to bop this. Have this go up and over. Trim that. Get rid of this. Let's get those ladders there so we can dig this out. We take the line, run it straight. And then technically we bop all this. We're going to release so much oxygen to the environment. This is going to be so bad. We got to get the wires though, man. It's time, it's time. Okay, so this is about ready. So it's the bottom bridge that I gotta bop. And then it's these that we're bopping. This gets cut, that gets cut. We take this line, run it over. That's going in. This is now not there anymore. This goes into here, merge style. And then this comes in from here to exit out. We get a decon this, that, and the power line. Bridge gets removed. We have that set up. We could cut this now. Get the pipeline. That insulated liquid pipe is gone. So we prioritize topping off the top, and if there's too much, it overflows in. Half-half, no priority is fine. And then once we have enough waters, we could just run this through. Okay, this emptied out. That goes in that way. This bridge is gone. This pipe is gone. We could technically move this to the side now because we have the door there. Brackine. Oh, they're drinking toilet water. Oh, that's so gross. They're over here drinking toilet water, man. That's nasty. All right, here, here. I deconned those ladders and I'm putting them back. We still got an empty bed. We gotta get some more beds up top though. And then we have all the slush water. Dormant. Perfect. We have enough slush water. And that is also potentially bad, I guess, because we're not adding in hot salt water. Should be okay though. 2.9. CO2 steady. Oh man. Nuclear waves and the bees. We just got to start feeding them this CO2 next. Almost done with that salt water. That moppage. Let's go. All the hatches. Oh, this is a priority 9 for hatch. Oh, we don't have the other species yet. That's why. Wrangle 9. Relocate. And then the last one could be the Sweetle. We do have it chilling. Oh, we got stone hatch eggs. Oh my god. They're finally in. They might be actually ready to start eating. Oh, man. Oh, man. It might actually be happening, boys. We're going to have to see how that works out because we have to wait for them to hatch. Gotta wait for the hatches to hatch, boys. You know what it is. Okay, the magma's looking fine. Everything's looking pretty great. Okay, so we're gonna want to cut this line. Run that in. And we have to wait for that to empty. New species, the dartles. And then we just got the sweetles. Okay. Hey, it's done. Let's go. Got the gene manipulation. Good stuff, good stuff. I feel like we don't have enough ranchers. That might be the next thing we might want to do. Get more ranchers. I'm also considering just getting rid of the lums. We have so much. Like, we could just eat the overgrow nodes and start making, like, food with it. Sweat corn. We have way too much sweat corn. We don't need toasted millets. Overgrow, mega fronds, mixed berry. I guess. Oh, it's grub fruit. Mushroom quiche. We actually have nothing that eats overgrow nodes. That's a little unfortunate. So the only thing that would eat the overgrow is the lums. I guess we keep the lums then. We just might have to do a forced evolution of the lums. Dude, yeah, we have way too much calories. Just way too much food. That's why I'm thinking, like, it might be worth it to cut the farm size in half. We could just bop this bottom layer right here. That wouldn't be a bad situation. That wouldn't be a bad situation. Like, we have so much calories. We don't need all this sweat corn. Fish. Into the fish traps. They know where they're going. To the left. Okay. It's time to bop the farms. We want this bedroom, dude. We do. We really want this bedroom. And then sweeping this is gonna take like 10 years. Probably just move that up, right? Sweeping that's gonna take so long. Okay. Oh, single pipeline. Hydrogen. Let's just move to here. Not bad, not bad. Alright, H2, this is healthy again. Sucks though that we have that water bubble. Feels bad. Did a little bit of the pumping here. Looks like there's still a lot of water to have to pump. We could go around this way, so digging a lot of this area is not a big deal. I just don't want to deal with the sporkets here. I am thinking we could just dig down the biome and then have a liquid log into it so we could be safe. That might be what we should try to do. Try to be a little bit safe about that. A little bit of natty gas. Radiant pipes running. This is running. Everything there made out of steel. Battery's looking good. Alright, people of chat. I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. A little bit of cleanup. Fix the iron volcano again. These two are now done. CO2 is caught up. We have our new hatch ranching area and we're starting to get our eggs here. And then we're going to have to see if that works. Ooh, we actually got some stone hatches. So how this is going to work is if we get hatches caught in here, they're going to get evolved, so to speak. This dartle's got to go, though. Oh, wow. The bog bucket is not keeping up with the consumption. No way. Really? This is consuming 40 kilograms a cycle, and it's too much. That's kind of impressive. Wow. Oh, they're tuning up. No, dude, don't tune this up. Does that actually increase the amount of water it's dropping? It shouldn't. Classic. This is a room. The classic. Because of this right here. Wow, and this is not large enough that it bops it. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Guys, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. The rooms are looking a little bit better. We got a couple more volcanoes to deal with. Hydrogen, gold, CO2. We'll probably deal with that all next time. Then we're going to have 2 volcanoes that we're going to try to get started on next time. And then we got the big meteor in the middle. After that, we have the good old second planet. And it is not looking good over there. We should be able to provide everything that we would need. So I'm not really too worried about that. Oh yeah, we also have this polluted water vent right there. It would make a lot of sense for us to actually start doing bristle blossoms so that we could start making berry sludge. And we could use the berry sludge on the second planet. We could also grow pike apples because we actually have a lot of that already. Temperature, CO2 room. We just grow some more on the left side. And then just sweep out the pike apples. But yeah, people of chat. Thank you guys for being here, thinking out. Made some progress today. Slow and steady makes the race. But yeah, volcano broke one time. Iron volcano fixed. Still having a couple of issues. Feels bad. But it's coming together, boys. Coming together. Let's get that saving.